Well, I know I'm late, and then I changed it again, but oh well. Hey, so what's going on is there's three good friends or other YouTubers that are decided to go live, which they haven't been for quite a while. So, I kind of postponed it a little bit. 90% of the people that would be here are over there, if not all of them. There's a little circuit. So I'm going to put the link down there right away. So if Linda's still here or Dan's still here or those two other people that were here are still here, can come on up. I have construction going on, so another reason I postponed it a little bit. They have the, what's it called? Little, I don't know what it's called, oscillating jiggity cutter. Freaking vibrating the whole building. Dan's here. Linda's here. Come on up, you guys. Come on. Thank you, Linda. Yeah. So I'm here because, oh, Hilda, please come up. There's Linda. She'll
Hi.
take it for us. Hey, dear.
How are you?
All right. What you got on your shirt? What do you got?
It's like Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He's blowing parts. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And Hilda, come on up, dear. I guess Dan dropped off because he can't have both things going at once or something. I don't know.
Oh.
Anyhow. But I don't know. You heard me there. I kind of put it off because I got construction going on here, and I got three other big YouTubers that have gotten our crowd.
Who else is on?
I don't want to say their name. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Somebody that doesn't like me either.
Oh, I don't know about liking and all that, but it's like they have their crowd now, and some come over here, but I'm not going over there.
Well, I'm always going to come over by you, George.
Hey, thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay.
Did you see my video I put out?
I saw the start of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, She-Devil. Yeah. Cool.
Took my dog to the acupuncture.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and I saw you on the floor and holding them and whatnot. But
did you see him try to nip at the doctor?
Oh yeah. I was like, yeah, they don't like all that. They don't like all that.
No, but he's feeling better.
Yeah, I never heard of that before though. I would like to do it myself. Get it done to me.
Yeah, he couldn't even walk before hardly.
Ouch.
And it came on really fast, and so I have this friend that I know. I've known her for about 10 years. She does the Akita rescue, and I asked her if she knew of anything because she has Akitas. So yeah, those are kids here.
Kathleen Klein is in the house. Hello. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I got it. I took down that. I packed that away. This is my last live in this house. I'll guarantee that. Well, I can't guarantee that because I got a few more days here, but on my Saturday. I won't be here next Saturday. It's Das Vidania.
So what you doing?
I'm starting van life.
Are you? Yeah?
I have to. Yep.
Are you excited or nervous?
I would be more excited if I had more fun tickets in the bank. Yeah. Because without any those little green things called dollars, right?
Right.
Fun tickets, because if you have no tickets, you have no fun. So fun tickets, right?
Yes.
You. So if I had planned for that, also if I would have known I had the van, I would have built it out. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I was all about the RV. So that's kind of my name, right? So RVing with G, right?
Yeah.
I have done it. So I'm not a Bob Wells that has cheap RV living and has never lived in a RV. But yeah, I was on the road for, I don't know, six weeks when I went to the van build in 19. And I fully had all intentions on hitting the road in December of this last year, but with everything going on, and then we had really bad snowstorms up here. So But anyhow,
Yeah.
I haven't been able to find a job because the limitations of lifting. So I have my ripped the bicep off the forearm and have the bad shoulder. So I'm at a capacity of 28 pounds. That's what the doctor and the evaluation said that I'm good for from here on out. I wish I would have known that I should have, and I don't like that word because nobody has the right to should you, applied for disability because I was all expected to get a job, you know?
Yeah. Have you ever thought about doing something online?
I've tried, but most darn things have been scammy, you know?
You and I will have to talk on the phone and I will
Okay.
tell you some stuff.
Okay.
Okay. Not, I won't go into it all here.
Yes. Okay.
So, but yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that's
You
that's a
ready?
big
Did you
jump.
hear the beep? Did you hear the beep?
I heard a little something, someone
A
in the
little thump.
basement.
Well, look at this. Look at this. There she
Hi.
is. I was
I'm
asking this
around.
young lady, how many Facebook IDs do you have to have?
Well, I've been losing them
Yeah.
for some reason.
Uh-huh.
You've been
Oh, my
losing them?
sister did it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Somebody's been taking him over. I found 2 of them with my name and then somebody else's last name attached to it.
Oh my.
Oh no.
And I'm like, this has got to be a joke.
Well, you should change your password from password to something else.
I did. I did change my password.
Yeah.
Every 3 months I've been changing it.
I hate that, don't you?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been pretty lucky not to have that, I don't think. Knock on wood, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, geez.
How bizarre.
Yeah.
There's a song behind that. Thanks for coming in, folks, because I know there's a lot of other channels to be watching right now, and a lot of people are over there.
I don't watch a lot of those channels that are on right now.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And one hasn't been around for a very
Subscribe to
long
them.
time. Sorry, what?
I said, and I probably don't even subscribe to all of them.
Yeah. Well, one gentleman has not been around for 4, 5, 6 months. I have their personal contact, has not responded to all of my texts and phone calls.
Wow.
And yeah, so I'm going, where are you at? You know? Yeah.
Well, you know, George, in your venture
Yes.
in nomadic lifestyle,
Uh-huh.
you have to really pick and choose wisely. And I don't want to say be cautious, but you know, sometimes, I mean, what I've found is the littlest things can occur and somebody will just make that mountain out of a molehill. And I'm not talking about, you know, my current situation that I had this
Sure.
last couple months ago. I'm talking about another situation with somebody else. Actually a couple people, because I've been doing this for like 4 years now, not really
Yeah.
like full time or nothing like that. Just
No, but going to meetups and meeting
Yeah.
people, and like you're saying, is finding out who's real. I think that's the fine print. What you're saying.
you got it. You got
Yeah.
it, you know?
Mhm.
And, you know, it just, I
Well,
don't know.
I mean,
You just-
we're not going to say names, but there's 2 individuals on their way cross country, and somebody said they're coming to see me, and I'm going, okay, nobody told me this. And then they said that they saw that letter, you know, but it wasn't me. And then I reached out to them. Are they actually coming to see me? No reply. And then if they go right by me, I might have a little bit of hurt feelings because they have to go right by me. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've reached out. Other people have been confused, you know, so,
Mhm.
but at least respond to me and say, nope, we're going to take a little sidebar. But anywho.
So
Okay.
where are you going to go when you leave the apartment?
Linda Oki. Linda Oki, I haven't seen before. You ladies have known Lynn?
No, I don't.
Well,
Mm-mm.
welcome. Thanks for coming in. Yeah.
Hello.
We're just people having a good chat.
Yep.
Thanks for coming in. What do I plan to do? So I have a Subaru car, a pickup truck that doesn't run, a
Mhm.
van that I don't know how long will last. I have an RV and a motorcycle, a
Wow.
trailer. Okay. So
You
I
got more
have a few
stuff?
things to move.
Yeah.
So this is the scary part. So right now I had moved, I had plans to move to Reno in
Mhm.
the heart of the city. I'm on the edge. And the fact that that person had a family emergency and had to move their daughter in instead of me in. So my trailer is in Reno.
Oh.
Yeah, scary. Because it's that trailer's I bought it at 3,000. It's worth probably 6,000 because it's a built out, insulated um uh little home. It's a trailer. That's
Yeah.
what do we call them? A pull trailers? What are they called? Travel trailers? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's that, and I have a lot of things in it. So that's scary. It's in somebody's property that could lock me out, cut my locks
Yeah.
off, and say kiss off, right? So I don't want to say that out loud. So I will track that. I had full intentions on being able to, if it really hit the fan, to move the RV to an RV park, and somebody's enlightened me that your trailer or RV is 20 years old. Nobody's going to let that in.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, some
How dumb is
some
this?
some places do have an age limit.
Yeah.
I
Local is
learned that
10.
when I went to Vegas.
Yeah.
Because I have that 91 Toyota that I have, and probably about 5-6 years ago,
Yeah.
maybe a little bit more, I went to a park in Las Vegas, and I called ahead of time, and I talked to the lady, and I told her that I said that I had, my kids, my disabled kids, and that I wanted to take them to Vegas, and I told her what kind of rig I had and everything, and yeah, she was okay with it. I mean, she's like, "Oh, that's really nice of you to do that with your kids and this and that." And
Okay.
so, I
Yeah.
was
About
on my
10.
way there, and then I called in, and the guy says to me on the phone, he says, "Well, what kind of rig do you have?" And I said, "I have 91 Toyota Horizon motorhome." "Oh, no, that's too old." I'm like, "What? What do you mean it's too old?" And he's like, "We have an age limit." And I'm like, "No, wait a second." I said, "I made reservations and everything and paid for
Yeah.
reservations."
They didn't
And
ask.
and I talked to Paula. "Oh, you talked to Paula?" He said, and I said, "Yeah." That was the lady's name that was the head of the place.
Right.
And anyhow, so he's like, "Well, then come on in."
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but we had a fantastic time. Oh my heavens.
Yeah.
We went to some fun shows, and I never laughed so hard. My head hurt so bad. I was
Oh my
laughing so
gosh.
hard. So, hi, Dan. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but I would try to figure out what it is that you want to do first. You know what I mean? What do you want more? Like the truck or the,
Well, and
you know,
see, I hadn't had the truck long enough to figure out how much the gas miles are. So if
right.
I could get 19 out of the truck
Hmm.
and I'm only getting 20, 21 out of the car, I would get rid of the car.
Is
Okay.
there something wrong with the truck?
Yeah, it doesn't run. So what's wrong with it? There's a knock sensor. It had a lean, probably because it had a vacuum leak.
Right.
So, and then the timing's off. And I don't know that it actually slipped a gear and slipped the chain, or when the timing belt got changed last. I don't know how deep it is. Okay.
What
So
kind of truck?
it's a Nissan.
Nissan. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a Frontier. It's
Okay.
highly sought after. You can't hardly find a long bed truck. I don't know why they make a 5-foot bed truck. If you
Mhm.
want to use the truck for plywood, that's 4 by 8 foot. Okay.
Right.
Even if you laid the tailgate down, that's not 8 foot. It's like, yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
no. So I'm 6 foot. I want a 6-foot bed to lay in, right? To
Right.
use it. And so that's, yeah, I love the truck, but if it's not going to run, it's going to cost me $2,000-$3,000 to fix.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow.
So here's the scary part. Do I sell it as is and just break even, or do I spend money to make money, which then that's break even too? So it's like,
Yeah.
So
I think if it were me, I would just sell it as is. I've been at that crossroad before
well,
with house when I flipped
yeah.
a house. I should have just left it. I shouldn't have put all that time and money into it. I did a lot of stupid things.
Yes. So that's my plan right there. So the plan is to move the RV to storage area. Okay.
And what
Put
kind of RV is it?
a Tioga 24 foot. Oh, Class C.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
And does that run okay?
Yeah, that runs fine.
Okay.
Except for the last words here, it won't tow the trailer. I couldn't trust it to tow the trailer, and I also have my bike on the back. So if I could put the bike inside the trailer and then see how well it goes, then I could do that. Oh, Erica's here. And so anyhow, so here's the thing. So the RV is in the storage area. The trailer is next to it, and then I live in the van. I come to the trailer during the day, or the trailer and the RV, and fix those up.
Uh-huh.
And work on those, and then sell the RV, because out there in RV, if I can't get it into a trailer court, I might as well live in the van on the street.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. So that's my thing. So this is what I'm thinking right now, and I'm open for suggestions. So sell the truck, and unless I can get it fixed, I want to check it out to get it fixed. Check it out. And if it's good under $2,000, I'm going to get it fixed and get rid of the Subaru. Okay. Because for 2 miles a gallon different, I don't think that's worth it. The truck has much more opportunities to put a camper shell on it of some sort, and then have that. Okay. That will definitely pull the trailer. So that's why I got the truck, to pull the trailer. Okay. So I would get rid of the van if the truck is worthy. Okay. Right. So that's that scenario there with those vehicles. My next high priority is to sell the RV at the premium right now, before gases go through the roof or nobody wants to RV because of another lockdown or something crazy like that. But I think that minus the gases, I think this is the top of the RV scenario. Because if it hits the fan, I don't know how well you're going to get around maneuvering your RV in town if I can't get it into trailer court, right?
What's the year of the RV?
It's a 99, so it's 23 years old.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm looking at either the van to tow the trailer or the truck to tow the trailer, and be down to that.
Does a van run right now?
The van runs pretty good, but I've never had it towing something. I've never had it on the road. I did tow, 50 miles with the trailer into Reno. But because it was so balanced wrong, at 65, it started swaying.
Yeah, you gotta, when you tow, and I learned this the hard way with towing. Anytime you go up and down mountains, always take it out of overdrive. That, right? Yeah,
I got that figured out. That was the first problem with the RV, is that cruise control and overdrive don't work together on any kind of hill. We're talking even an overpass, people. I had an issue with that. So yeah, I got brand new spark plugs in the RV. I've got a brand new catalytic converter and a brand new muffler, so the compression is not so much on it. And so I just have to remember that you can't do cruise control or overdrive at all in the van either. It has that too.
Right.
And the Fords are backwards than other ones. Some have a tow. You push it in for towing. Well, on a Ford, it automatically is in overdrive. Well, an overdrive is like a 6th gear. Okay. So you don't need that during town. So you have to push it in to turn it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's backwards. It's backwards.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I know. That's why I had a Ford that.
All right. So what's the difference between A, B, and C? Is that my plans? The letters, they're pointed, they're round, they're open. I don't know. I don't know what this went to. So rephrase that again, please, Len. Or did you guys catch that? So my plans, A, B, and C?
It might be the camper, because there's different ones.
Oh, very good. Very good. Okay. So, and I don't know where she's from, but a Class C motorhome is the one that has the bunk over the cab.
Yeah.
Okay. A Class B has a rounded, but it's not really a sleeping area. It's just a little cubby area. It's kind of rounded so they can get aerodynamics. And it's usually the bed has to be made up every day. And a Class A is a big one, is a big front nose, square box on wheels.
Yeah. The be considered a van too. The
Class B, yeah.
the live-in vans, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So
that
yeah,
are built out.
high-end Sprinter is probably a Class B. B as in boy, yeah. But the Class
Yeah.
C is the one that has the bunk over the cab. Big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
okay,
wish
good question.
somebody would donate me a van so I can travel because
Oh,
I'm
yeah?
selling my truck. I'm selling my truck.
What
What's your
kind of
truck?
truck do you have?
I have oh shoot, I can't remember the name of it. It's a 2006. Starts with an M. Shoot,
Yeah.
it was in my head, but now I can't
Sure.
remember.
Yeah, let it go. So Kathleen's saying I need to sell everything I can and use the money to fix up the best vehicle. And that's
Mhm.
the scary part right now. So the Subaru leaks oil, gets 20 to 24 miles to the gallon, and it's got 245,000 miles on it.
No, get rid of it.
No. I don't know when the timing belt's been changed, so I'd rather run it till it blows. But yeah, it had the tree fall on it. It's been totaled twice without getting totaled, so it still has a real title for it. But yeah, that would be the first one if I had the other ones fixed. The van, I haven't had it long enough again, either one, the truck or the van. I just got basically, and I haven't driven them enough to know how worthy they are. So it's scary to say, oh yeah, fix up the best one. Well, you just don't know. So I'd rather have that money in the bank and then be able to fix it because I don't know what's going to happen with any of them.
Well,
Yeah.
if you're leaking oil, that's not a good thing. That's
No.
Well-
and at 250 something thousand miles, I mean,
Yeah.
I
Well,
guess
Subarus will go a long time. They'll go 300-400. The truck has 500,000 miles on it, but you couldn't tell. I popped the hood and I asked people, and they go, 100,000, because the engine is spotless. It's original. It's the guy took care of it like you would not believe. I have a binder that's this thick that all the records in it. I just put it away. It's way over there. Okay. So that's the hard thing, and that's the drama. I have drama going on. I have,
yeah.
where do I go? Which way do I go? Okay, so my plan to be haul my Harley behind my Sprinter. Yeah, Sprinters will haul that, and you can do it on a flatbed or a trailer. Yeah, the van supposedly an E150 will pull between 5,000 to 8,000 as well. But how strong is it? It has a towing hitch and it has the brake lever thing, a 5 pin to haul a trailer that would have brakes. So I don't know if it's because it was in California, which is their laws. I don't know. So what kind of van? It's called a camper van. It's I got a picture here. It's a camper van with 2 windows on one side and one on the other, and then the barn doors. And it's a Ford E150, so it's the lower range. There's E50, E150, E250, and E350.
50.
And then the big trucks is a box truck at 450. So, and it's got a couple 100,000 on it too. But a good truck like that will run a long time. So, okay. So, well, that's the box truck. Oh, here it is. Okay, so here's the passenger side.
Oh,
Oh, that's a
nice.
nice looking van.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a clean looking van. Okay, and then here's the back. It's got an air conditioner in the back.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay, it's got a diesel heater in it. Okay, right now it's trash. Okay, so right there is the diesel fuel inside. Then there's a little counter, and then there's a cupboard just past that. And at the bottom of that is the diesel heater, and then there's a bed just thrown in there for now.
Okay.
That's a futon on a mattress, which I'm going to put it the other way around and figure things out. Okay. And then here's the air conditioner on the back door. Okay. And here's the counter. Okay. So there's the diesel fuel.
Okay.
The counter, and then there's the cupboard. So at the bottom, you can see that little black dot there.
Yeah.
That's the hose for the heater.
Okay.
A nice cupboard there. But I don't like the idea of the diesel fuel next to the counter. Hello?
Yeah. No. If there's a way that you could build a box on the back of the door that you could put that diesel thing inside there, kind of like I have on the back of my my Toyota, because I didn't Oh yeah. Yeah.
So what I've done is there's an indentation on the door frame. So
Uh-huh.
around and a down and around. I've traced that with cardboard. Then I put it onto wood. So I have 1/4 inch plywood that I have that's going to recess there. I'll mount that. Then I'll mount the tank onto a board and then screw the board to that. So that's
Okay.
what I plan is so to move the fuel tank,
Yeah.
excuse me, to the back door. And then when I swing open the door, I can fill up the tank a lot easier.
Right.
But unfortunately, the heater's on that side, and that's the door that you'll have to open every single time. So I'm not fond of that part.
Right.
If it was on
Yeah.
the other door, you wouldn't have to open it if you didn't have to. But
You
anyhow,
you couldn't attach a longer hose and flip it to the other door?
I could, but I think the tank. No, the tank would be right. So there's on a square tank. Okay, square tank. You can have the nozzle, the drain come out on here or
Uh-huh.
here, right?
Uh-huh.
And if the spout's here and you have the
Uh-huh.
nozzle here, when you flip it over, the holes don't line up, and it's I don't know how to explain it, but
Oh.
if you turn it to mount it on the other door, the nozzle
Mhm.
will be on the top versus on the side. I don't know.
Right.
It's
Right. I
tricky.
get you. I understand though. Yeah, my friend has a diesel heater too inside his. Wade also has a diesel heater too, I think, if I remember
Yeah.
right. In
Yeah.
his
So
truck.
Kathleen asks, how heavy is the trailer? The trailer empty is 1,400 pounds. Oh, we're getting feedback. And 1,400 pounds, and then I'm able to put in 1,000 pounds in it, which I can easily do, trust me. And then there's and it only has a 3,000 pound axle. Thanks for everybody coming in. I might not be caught up in the chat and saying hello, but I see there's a few more here with my little counter.
Hello
Thank
to
you.
everyone that's in the chat.
Yay!
Hi.
Okay, so I can put about 1,200 pounds in the trailer in a heartbeat. Okay, so that's pulling 3,000 pounds. So the van or the truck absolutely will handle pulling it. That's the weight. The swing and weight tongue, yeah, is the weight problem. I had probably too much in the back. I don't know. I'll have to revisit that. You got to have enough on the tongue. So if you can have 3,000 on the thing, you can have 300 on the tongue. And I don't think I had that. I might have had it more in the middle, but if you put stuff way in the back and not on the tongue, you get sway, and it's a balancing act, and it's critical. It's critical. But I don't remember which one's which right now. Swing is the tongue weight problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
May not had enough. Okay.
Mhm.
Anywho, okay, need more weight on the tongue. Yeah, you need 10%. You can do up to 15%, but a good ratio is easy to remember. 10. If you got 1,000 pounds, you need 100 pounds on the tongue. If you got 3,000 pounds, you need 300 on the tongue. That's easy. So a little bit more than that, and that's a true ratio. I've been doing that study, but I forgot how much I want on the axles versus how much in the back.
Right.
Look at this. We got a back roads raid. That's where everybody came from. Thank you guys. Thanks you guys coming in.
Oh.
Campers. So I'm taking Lynn's from Oklahoma. Bada bing. There we go. There we go. All right. What kind of van? I just showed you it's a E150 Ford Econoline camper van. So it's still got the little runway down the middle with the little bits of mirrors, and had little wood trim. And I guess it might have had chairs in it, but it was just a gutted box van. Well, a gutted van when I got it. Yes, Fairy Dust is saying hello. Okay, so an oil leak can be a gasket, and yeah, it's not that big a deal. What it was though is because it's a flathead engine, instead of having the valve covers on top, the engine sits left to right, and so they're vertical
on the sides.
So they could barely leak in, but because it's these whole seals and you have to pull these things out, it's $2,000 to fix that. So because it's a seep and not a serious drip, they said, yeah, you can run this forever. So you just have to check your oil a lot. I would rather leak it than burn it. And with 250,000 miles on it, it doesn't burn any oil. There's nothing coming smoky out the back. So it's golden in that aspect. And Subaru's run a good long time. I just keep putting more oil in.
Is that like a head gasket leak?
Yes.
Now, have you ever, I used to have a Ford extended back, I forget what it's called, gosh. But anyhow, it was a Ford van. It was all-wheel drive, and it had a head gasket leak.
Yeah.
And it was dripping like a pencil of oil coming out, I think it was. Yeah. And I put that seal in there.
Yeah.
Sealed it right up.
So Kathleen Klein is trying to dearly help this confused gentleman here. Okay, is indecisive, right? Yeah. So everything changes, and not everything happens for a reason. And I know that's true, but it's not true because it's happening to me right now. So to back things up, a month ago, I was evicted from where I'm at right now. On their eviction notice, it says if you're 60, have a disability, and have other issues, you get another 30 days. Well, I called a lawyer and I says, what do I do? How do I get this? And he says, oh, let me write a letter. So he wrote a letter. The lady says, why'd you have to get a lawyer? I said, I didn't know my rights. He says, oh yeah, I give all my tenants 30 days, if they meet the requirements. Well, I had to prove it to the lawyer and he sent it in. It's all good, right? So I said, oh, I just need another week, right? Well, that week went by. Didn't find a place to live, didn't find a job. Another week goes by. Now I have one more week left because this is the third week. And it's like, I still can't find a place. So it's like, I don't qualify because I don't have a job and the jobs are not coming fast enough. So I planned on living in the desert for 2 months and not worried about a thing, but they kicked us out of the desert. So Kathleen, things have changed all the time. I had a guy said, hey, I got room. I moved my trailer to his house. And now he says, no, you got to get it out of here. Every single week, something has changed. So the indecisiveness is like, what the hello can I do? Right. So yeah. So I'm keeping the trailer no matter what. I will store that till the cows come home until I get down to, a van, and that's it. Okay.
How big is the trailer?
It is a 6x10 single axle. So again, that's a little more than the average car can pull, even empty.
6x10, a single axle.
Yeah.
It's kind of a big trailer for a single axle.
Yes.
It's kind of a real, I've got I think it's a 5x
tandem double axle
5x8 or 5x6 with a single axle. It's got big tires though, right?
Yeah. It's a real trailer. So tandem double axles trailers required brakes by law. So yeah, they'll have them. I don't have brakes on mine. If I was to upgrade the axle, I would definitely get brakes on it. Because
is it enclosed?
The van already has the little brakey thing, whatever it's called, the brake helper, in the 7-pin. What's that?
Is it enclosed trailer or open?
Yes. Yeah. So enclosed. Yeah. It's a camper trailer.
Okay.
Yeah. I said earlier, it's insulated, has the camper windows, has the side door.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That sounds like it'd be good to hold on to.
And the bed platform folds down. So it's 3 and 3. So it's 6 foot wide and they fold up, and I could do either or. I fold them up out of the way, and you couldn't put a little quad in there.
Okay.
It's a ramp. Okay. So that's specifically what I wanted. I want a ramp because if I have the motorcycle. But if you're making it just a camper and you don't have a quad or you don't have a motorbike, you're not into that things, I would definitely just do the back door, do a double barn door again, because then you can like just sit on it or just have one open or open it up to like your van kind of thing.
Question.
The ramp kind of gets in the way. Go ahead.
Could you put a little ramp in the back of the van, put tie downs on the side, put your bike inside the van and pull the trailer? And then you could make your trailer into your living quarters.
Yes.
I think that would be a bright idea, only because you said the trailer is insulated and it's got all the stuff that it needs. Yep. Your van has just got the mattress in it, but you could put tie downs on there, big, heavy tie downs, strap that bike in there, and then just, drive the van and pull that trailer and sell the motorhome and the car.
And the truck. Yeah.
And the truck. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's narrowing it down, because with the van and the trailer, I forgot about the bike, because there's somebody in here, if they're still there, wants me to sell the bike because I haven't been, I'm not that skilled on a motorcycle. What the motorcycle is for is just the motorcycle and RV is take the motorcycle and putt around in the desert. And I don't mean popping wheelies riding down the road, right? It means
is it a big bike, or what size is it? What kind is it?
It's called a TW200. So it's a trail. It's a trailways. They just call it a TW. And it's an enduro, which means it can legally be driven on asphalt.
On the asphalt. Oh, okay.
So the idea is if it's emergency that I break down, I can get on the bike and ride to town.
Right. Okay?
I can
Right.
also enjoy that last mile to climb the hills and go look at things. Okay.
Right.
So anyhow,
I think that's what you should do. You should, figure out that van, get that all squared away,
yeah.
and the trailer, you know,
well,
then you can have all three. You can have the bike, you can have the van, and then you can live in the trailer.
trailer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Richard Quick. Hey, buddy. So yeah, it's a clean van. It's a nice clean van. It's got a hardwood floor. So if anybody's watching Chrome, he didn't insulate his, and he didn't put a board down, and he's got his linoleum all chewed up. And if you read his chat, I was to tell him that you don't want planks in there, because another good friend or YouTuber is Foresty Forests. He put in planks, and just how much they do back roads, are falling apart.
Yeah.
So I would tell Chrome, don't be putting your planks in there, because that's not the way to go. Yeah. Solid floor. Well, ideally, and what's on mine, and I appreciate it much, is I got at least probably a 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch plywood, and then linoleum, and then a trim on top.
Linoleum's the best.
It's done right.
Yep.
I'm stoked all get out that it's done right.
Yeah,
And people,
and it's lightweight. The linoleum is lighter weight than the planks, and not only that, it's more durable, because if you get it wet, you can wipe it. If it gets whatever, you can sweep it. You don't have to worry about things falling between the cracks.
No. Well, what happened to Chrome's is that I don't know if it was him or whatever, but in a Ford van, there's ripples in the floorboard, in the metal, and that's to make it stronger, and so it just doesn't bow out. But you need to put slats of wood in there, and then wood on top of the whole thing, and then do whatever you're going to do. And he just filled in the grooves and put on linoleum, and now he's got it all cut up.
Well, and another thing too is if you're going to put linoleum in, you can always use like floating floor, not floating floor, but it's that plastic stuff that goes underneath, put that on top of your wood, so that when you put your linoleum down, you have like a little cushion.
Yeah.
That's what I did in my my Toyota when I regutted my Toyota out. That's how I did my floor. Yeah. I put linoleum.
So I guess it was originally a conversion van. Well, a camper van in that style, that's the way they came. Yeah. So if let me bring that back up again. It's called a camper van. It came that way. I didn't do anything to it, as in the picture or the windows and whatnot. Sorry, gang. So I just got a lot of pictures from all the things I'm selling. I made a couple $100. But yeah, so it already had the windows, so they call that a camper van. Now, on top, you can see that little line. There are 2 solar panels. Now, a friend of mine that helped me put them on there says they're 200 watts, so I haven't checked that out yet. Okay. Richard's coming in. She Devil says, it looks like it's a good starting point. But got a few marbles that I'm trying to chase all these rabbit holes. So if I have to get a job and I have to drive all the way in, I would drive the Subaru. Okay. I would make money and get the truck fixed. I would ride the truck for a month to figure out the gas mileage. If it gets 19 miles a gallon, I'm getting rid of the Subaru, because the truck has more value to me than the Subaru. Okay. Because it's not leaking oil. Okay. But I just don't know how much I'd have to put in the truck. Okay. That's those 2. So the van, I would live in the van. I would drive it to the city one day, live in it the whole week, and then drive back to where I'm at now, because I have the storage shed. Yeah. So I have a 10x20 storage shed that has everything that I have in here in it. And to move it somewhere, that would it's hard to do. It's hard to do. So that's why I don't really want to have to get a job and live across town. But if it comes my way, that's what I would do. I would take the van, live in town, then come back on the weekends, spend all freaking weekend in the shed, going through stuff. So, because I had money to live here, but now that I got evicted, because we all did, they're remodeling, and they just barely left. And no, they're still here.
So is it your intention to be nomadic permanent, or is it just something for now? Or
well, as you said, there's ways to make money on the road. I have a drone, and I was pursuing that. I was pursuing making little websites for little town businesses, but with everything going on, you can't go knocking on doors and say, hey, look what I can do. They just don't want outsiders, and the small businesses are going away. You know, it's just,
Yeah.
and if they are live and still running, then they probably already have websites or whatnot.
Yeah.
There's just little things that I was chasing that are just fading away. And I've typed in so many things of, jobs and it's like getting a phone number. You don't have the phone book anymore, right? You go and type in white pages and 20 commercials come up and they scam you all this different way. And they want you to spend $1 to get a phone number or start your subscription for $9.99 a month to find out one phone number. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh,
Yeah.
kind of drives me nuts. It's like, but the same thing with the jobs. I get this and it says, oh, list of jobs. And I click on it. It says, hey, are you looking for further education? I go, no. Hey, how's your insurance? All these little BS things. And all they do is want your phone number, your address, and your email. And then sure enough, your email box fills up,
And your phone rings off the hook.
Go ahead. Yeah. So it's been a hack. It's been a hack for me. So would definitely put the diesel on the, I wanted to, on the outside. Well, I don't know if I can put it to the outside because, well, if a gas can wasn't so valuable, but so expensive, that's a no brainer. I would get a regular looking gas can, it's called jerry can, and mount that on the back door permanently, just screw it right to the door. Well, in a cage, and put that on the back door and then have that and then go inside. Absolutely. But because it's plastic, I already saw somebody do that and their tank lasted 1 year and it just disintegrated. The plastic wasn't able to handle the elements. So if I can create some kind of box for it, I would do that. But the fine print too, again, is if the license plate is on that side with its little cubby hole with the little lights on it and all that on that same side. So it's like, how do I do this? So yes, that's definitely on the list. Good idea. Okay. Saying hello from Oklahoma. I've been through there. You can see all your neighbors in Oklahoma.
My BFF lives in Oklahoma.
Yeah. I went to Oklahoma City from Portland, Oregon. It was supposed to be a 24-hour drive, but it took me 54 hours because I was very, very sick and had to do the drive by myself. It's a long story, but it wasn't fun. Okay. Sell the Subaru, the truck, and the RV, and those funds build out the van and live in that. Absolutely. That's the final end goal. But there's that job in between, because if I sold the car, I don't think I'd take less than $3,000 for the Subaru because it gets 20 plus miles to gallon and we get snow around here. So it's good for that. And it's just a good around car. I've seen older ones with more miles going for $3,500, $4,000. So I'm going to start at 3 or 32 and go down from that. That's the car. The truck, again, I don't know how much I'd put into it. I would spend $1,000 to just find out and get something done to it. Okay. That's that. For the RV, I want to be able to fix what I've done to it. So right now the tub's gutted out of it, and I don't want to just sell it as is. I just don't like to buy things that aren't working. Right. I don't want to have to do anything. Because here's the thing. I used to live with a multimillionaire. They were Velma Morrison from Morrison Knudsen. Yes, the largest construction firm in the world back in the day. I was her live-in chauffeur and security guard. Okay. We had access to go to events for very high-end situations. Okay. Well, I got into the sale of these custom leather clothing that this person would, they would get the leather from Peru and send it to China for this and Italian that, and it all comes back to the hometown, right? When that person says to me, all you have to do is fix this zipper and it's all right. When somebody tells me, I'm getting bad feedback, Goldie. Something changed? Hello?
I heard.
Yeah, hello? I'm still getting it. Linda, what'd you change?
I didn't.
Hello? Yep, it's you.
Me?
Yep. What'd you push?
I didn't push nothing. Let me see.
Right.
Let me check the settings again. Hang on.
It's now echoing. Really bad. Okay. Hilda, it's not you.
I turned off my phone.
Yeah. Hello?
Is that better?
No. Hello? Yeah. So I'll mute you for a second. So let me finish the story. So when this multi-million-dollar person tells me all I have to do is go home and fix this zipper on a $350 code, I'm going, no, 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 no. I will never accept that line again. When I have to do something that they're selling to me, all you have to do is, I just do not like that line. If I'm buying something, yeah, you're still echoing, Linda, that I want it right. So when I'm selling it, I mean, I could just say, hey, buy it as is. You know that you have to do something, right? But when I was buying a brand new coat for $350, I didn't want to have to go home and fix it. So there's a difference in my sense saying, yeah, it's brand new. I'm not going to have to do this, right? So on a vehicle, it's like, oh, you know, all you have to do is like put a new engine in it and the car's running fine, right? Right, Linda?
Does that
There we
sound
go.
better? Is
There
that
we
better?
go. Awesome.
I put it on default.
There. I don't know what happened. It just all of a sudden. So yes. So as if I get the truck fixed, I want to sell the truck and the Subaru, but I want to keep the truck for a month to see what kind of gas mileage. Again, if the truck gets better than the Subaru, I will sell the Subaru straight away and keep the truck because I can put a canopy on it. Okay. Have it for a backup for a minute because I don't know how well the van will run. So after I have the van, it's like, okay, Linda, do I put the bike in the truck or do I put the bike in the van? Okay. That's the thing.
At that point, I would, if you're going to keep the truck, my advice would be to get a cap for your truck.
Yeah. So it has one, but a window's broken out and it's not that high. One. So Troy, our buddy Rat Pack Troy, he has a shelf for me, but I don't have the truck to put it on because I have to go there to get it. So if I don't keep the truck, I don't need the shelf. So again, this freaking, what's that ball and shuffle the cups game? Ugh. So that's, but I think that would be ideally if I just sell it all and just kumbaya. But again, the RV's torn apart. I've got the bathtub of gutted. I got the shell, the surround that goes on the walls. To replace that's $350. So no. I'm cleaning that and putting it back. Yeah. I have the tub out because the tub was, if the tub is this wide, it was called a 3/4 tub. It had a little shelfie. I've taken that out and bought a full size tub. And then I have to take out an area to sink that down in.
Is that the kind with the corner bathroom?
No, it's a full sinking down tub. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I wish it was just a square pan and you walk in, that kind of thing.
Mine has the kind that goes out and then down and across. So then you could sit down on your butt and then still put your feet in the tub.
Right. Well, I have a size 12 foot and there's 13 inches in that square, right?
My ex-boyfriend had a 12 foot.
Yeah. You can't turn around in that. I want to be able to change my mind, let alone wash it off. Right. Okay. I can see by the tab, I am way freaking behind. So I'm going to go over, whoever says hi and saying hi to each other. And thanks a lot. So trailer with 2 axles. Yes. Requires brake. Yeah. That's the law. I only have a single axle, but because of what I know, what I'm going to be able to put in it, I would upgrade the axle and make sure it had brakes. So yes, I would like brakes, but I don't have to have them. Because in California, I even think that single axle trailers have to have brakes. Okay. If somebody could look into that, I don't know, but I don't care to go to that state. But anyhow, 300 minimum. Yeah. On the tongue. 10 to 15% is ideal on the tongue. Yep. Okay. So if you have a weight distribution, the system's built this way. Yes, I do have that. Okay. I take care of that sway and made it right 100% better. I do have that. It's a much bigger ball. It's like a 2 5/8 or something monstrous. It's a huge ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the van, I think it might be a 10. What is it? I don't know. I haven't had it long enough to really know.
It's probably
an 8.
It's probably E350.
No, it's a 150.
Oh, the van is a 150?
Yeah, it's only a 150. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's still a V8.
You said it was an Econoline though, right?
Yeah, they come in 150, 250, and 350.
Yeah, I just thought those conversion vans were 350s for some reason.
Well, it's not called a conversion van. It's called a camper van.
A camper van. Yeah, I know what you're saying though.
Yeah, I don't know what the difference is. Kenny's got one too. Kenny's got one of these vans. Everybody. Yep,
hey, Kenny.
Hi, Kenny. Okay, so.
Kenny.
All right, I'm going to skip over. Oh, Daryl's there. Sorry, buddy. I hadn't gotten to y'all. Okay, in the Dyson family, yes, somebody's coming. Look at you guys. I'm so far behind. So far behind. Thank you, gang. Okay, good night. Wow, I missed Richard already? Oh, dang it.
You
Daryl.
said hi to him earlier.
Okay, good. All right, traveling with special abilities. That is, God, I forget her name all the time. Lorraine?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. I'm just terrible. Okay. Lots of work at the USA Parkway. But because of my lifting disabilities, I can't go to work at warehouses. And 99% of all the jobs I've looked at want 50-pound lifting ability, and I can't do that.
Mhm.
I'm not going to set myself up for failure. I'd like to commit to the job, but because I ripped the bicep off the forearm, I'm down to 28 pounds. Yeah. So somebody had mentioned I could flip burgers or a Walmart greeter. Well,
Sounds like you need a good desk job in a trucking company or something.
yeah, I need to do what Ron Sees America does.
What's that?
Okay. He takes care of a supply chain for a company that I didn't care to share, and oh, right there, Sean's from Down Under. Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank
That's
you,
why I
thank you.
said hi to him.
Okay. And then I'm sorry, you guys, I'm not caught up. I'm just telling a story. So anyhow, so where was I? Yep.
Good
Tasha.
job.
Yeah. So yeah, all the jobs I've applied for or read through is they want 50 pounds and I can't do 50 pounds. And somebody even wrote, 49. I'm going, how cocky is that? Well, you can't do 50, but can you do 49? Going, no. I'm just not going to sell myself to go do that. Okay.
Like 1 pound's going to make a difference.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, I could do it once and then be hurt for the next 4 hours or if not the next day. Yeah, for what I've done with the boxes around here, I'm good for like 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, I know. Okay. I hear you.
Yeah. All right. Kathleen Klein's leaving too? Oh my gosh, darling. Enjoy. Oh, it's her birthday? Oh, I missed it. Sorry. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. All right. I'm not leaving. Okay. Daryl's being silly. Okay, fine. Okay. And yes, my birthday was wonderful. Good. Green hearts for her. Okay. Yeah. Lorraine, Daryl, Van. Okay. So at Van Life Biker, where are you at? I tried to ask you today and you just said you know where I'm at. So share, you're in Reno, South Reno? Yeah, because we need to meet up. Ford man won the basketball game. Who won? All right, so the E150 payload weight isn't very much considering it's built inside. So I read that it could pull between 5,000 to 8,000 pounds. Is that not right? Because the truck I got will pull 5,000 pounds, and that's why I got it, because I wanted like a little Ford Ranger. But Linda, guess how much a Ford Ranger can pull?
Probably about 5,000 pounds.
No. A Ford Ranger, a little tiny Ford Ranger. 1,500. That's what my Subaru does.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're a freaking joke. They are a grocery getter.
You can't pull very much with that.
No, that's not worth buying. So my Subaru pulled that. So I went to Oregon Coast to get my bike, and they gave me an 1,800 pound trailer to put a 200-pound motorbike on it. And I said, I better take the back roads, right? I can't climb that I-5 hill. I went to the Oregon Coast, and when you come back, you go 1,000 feet, 500 down, 1,500 up, 500 down, 2,000 up, 500 down, up and down, up and down, up and down. There's lands. So I climbed 7,000 foot, pulling 2,200 pounds with my little Subaru.
Wow.
All right. Have to be able to go to bed and drive the seat, safety reasons. Okay, 3 generations. Hey, welcome in. Thank you. So have to be able to go from bed to driver's seat. Oh, in a safe situation. Yes. So somebody has mentioned to live in the trailer and then pull it by the van or the truck. That is a scary situation because somebody could probably try to lock you in the trailer It's a really bad situation. You can't get out of the trailer to get around to the truck. But on the
But you
contrary,
can do one thing. You could put your lock on the little hook thing where nobody can lock you in.
absolutely. I
Right.
saw somebody go and buy a whole nother hooky do thing, and then they
Mhm.
swing the bar out of the way and lock it over here. And I'm going, well,
Yep.
all you had to do is lock the lockier thing and let the bar. Yeah. No, I'm with you. So cool.
Yeah.
So that's
So
what my friend does on their trailer.
right.
When
So the
they're
thing
in
is
it,
with the
they don't get locked in.
exactly, that's a good deal. So the thing is with the trailer though, being locked in and pulling off, and this is a comment right here, is that people have travel trailers all the time.
Right.
And they would have to get out. And like a fifth wheel is even worse. 9 out of 10 people take it off the truck.
Yeah.
You know, they take it off because of the balancing and all that. That's a heavy load. That's a crazy bad situation. But
Well,
I think most of those are also in trailer parks. Yes.
it's like with anything. If you're going to travel, you have to have your you have to have your plan A, B, and C. If you're in a trailer and you need to get away or you need to protect yourself or whatever, you have to have things in place so that okay, if this happens, then I do this. If this happens, then I do that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
That's why I wouldn't be too worried about that. But I would always stay hooked up. I think so. I think I'd pretty much
Yes.
be hooked up. All right. So just lay foam board on the floor and then the subfloor. Yeah, that's what's there. The van is totally set up already. But yeah, I think it's really important. People don't realize how important a subfloor and insulating a floor is, because if you're going into Clyde Wimmet, that cold comes up from underneath. Okay.
It sure does.
Yeah. So ideally, you need a roof for the sun and the floor for the heat. The sides just don't park in direct sunlight. Throw a shade cloth,
Well,
have a window.
and if you think about it, though, you need to have insulation on your ceiling because
Yes.
heat rises, and you don't want it to go out the ceiling.
There you go.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no worries, Sean. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Tim finally shows up. I don't know where he's been. Keep going up and down, rolling on the floor. Yeah. Yo G. Yeah. Yeah. So Tim, I always say yo, it's G saying hi, right? So really you're saying that the yo needs to be together? So it's yo, not yo. All right. 3's in the house. Tim Time's in the house. Sean. Oh, looky here. We have Exploring Canada. That's Miss Karen up there. Okay. Is she really saying happy birthday? Did she really have a birthday? Yes. Kat did. She had a wonderful time. Thanks for coming in, dear. And if you guys don't know this young lady right here, Karen, it's Karen, right? Up there in Canada. Or it's Kathy. No, it's Karen. What is it? I'm so confused. Anyhow, excellent photographer, does like business tours, like, hey, look at my country. She does a really good job. Appreciate her work. All right. Tim's saying hi to the whole crowd. Oh, what's up? Yes, it is Karen. Thank you much. Think it is. Thank you. Okay. See if I'd have just read. I can't read. Yep. Duke's trying to fly. Get a job on USA Parkway. I used to. This little place with that T. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They make a lot of cars. Yeah. So is there camping spots there too? Yeah, I will be doing that. But like I said earlier, most of those are all warehouse jobs, and I can't do them. Yeah.
Hi, Michael. Man.
Tim's in the house. All right.
I'm just looking at the chat.
Thank you much. Keep me posted. Let's see. So yes, Tim, it's me. It's Karen. All right, that's right. Change your name. Blah blah blah. Okay, G. Check with the state unemployment office and the county as well. Tell them your limitations and see what they can come up with. Yes. And I did start my disability insurance form, but I have to have all this paperwork in by the end of the month, or end of like 2 weeks. And it's like, I'm just trying to move. Yeah. And I wouldn't have started it if I knew that I had to have it done in like 2 weeks. It's like, because they say if you don't get it in, you lose it. So I don't know what I got, because I won't have an address here in a minute, Okay. So yes, and there's housing help too. And I went to apply for my what's this? My energy bill. My Nevada energy bill, and I have a bill of $11 because last week I had credit of $7.61. That's how I roll. Okay.
That's not bad.
No, it's normally 35, but no, Hilda, I usually have $200 credit on all my bills because I never know. The only
True.
one I didn't, because of my water is $95 a freaking month. I didn't have money on that one. Okay.
Well, I haven't
95?
started to raise my bills.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was trying to get this one paid. I already paid the other one, and I tried to get it paid through, COVID this and unemployed that and all this. And they had me filling out so much paperwork. I'm going, for $50? No, I'm not. I said I can pay my own bill here. So the only one now is housing. I found a company that will pay for your deposit up to $700, but you still have to get to that. So I'm going, in a minute. So I'm down to $800 to my name. Okay. And again, a month or so ago, I had $3,000. Bills are coming. And I said, I can live in the desert for 2 months on that. Hello. If I ain't paying out $1,000 in rent, right? So anyhow, and then it all hit the fan. They kicked us out of the desert. Okay. Yes, I'm going to look into that. Absolutely. I have a job interview on Monday. Yes. Okay, gee, I wonder what they would say if one tells them I have information identification. I live in my car. Well, actually, it's very illegal to live in my county in my car.
Yeah, it's probably a city ordinance.
Yes. And we got kicked out of the desert, and this county says ex-nay no way a. So I will, like I said, if I get the job, I will drive into Reno, move around all over throughout the week, and then come back, go to the storage shed, do that. I will live out in the desert in one location one night. And if I stay here 2 nights, it'll be another location. So good luck finding me. I'm there one night.
What about, because you always hear of Bob going down, or he's in Pahrump. What about that? Don't they have a lot of open desert there and any kind of jobs in Pahrump, you think?
And
it's warmer. It's not as
basically
cold.
the armpit of Las Vegas.
Pahrump
is like, Pahrump is over a hill also, or the long way north around.
Over the hump in Pahrump?
Yeah, go to the hump of Pahrump, because that's where my RV broke down.
Oh.
So I was coming out of Pahrump, and I start to climb the hill, and the RV broke down. My alternator went out. I never experienced that before. I didn't know what was going on. I had it tell me earlier that it was going out, but it was just the emblem of a battery. So the little battery lights up, and I'm going, well, I got 300 amp hours of batteries in the back, and I got another 2 regular house batteries. I'm good, right? But no, when your alternator goes out,
it doesn't charge.
It eats up all your battery, and it says, I ain't going nowhere, because there's no spark for your vehicle.
Yeah, the alternator keeps the battery going.
Yeah, because it was in the back and not in the front. And anyhow, it pulled me off the road, and they had to come from Las Vegas all the way around the north side to come get me, because the freeway was under construction, and they had a wall on the whole way, Linda, that was only a one way. You come into Pahrump or you leave out of Pahrump. Okay. So they had to go all the way around. It was a $1,200 tow. Yes, I had insurance, and so that was taken care of. But normally, if they would have been able to tow me back to Pahrump, it would have been a 15-mile tow. My insurance, the gray area, is to the first qualified mechanic, which was, because it was an RV, it was a Ford dealership for trucks. So that $180 to $200 alternator cost me $600.
Wow.
Yeah. If that's all it was, and I knew that, I could have done that for 200 and whatever, for just going and getting the darn thing.
What year did you say the RV was again?
99.
Well, I think let me think, 95. With a 99, those little things are called Fix It. Have you ever seen those?
What's that?
Here, let me see if I have it. I can show it to you. Come on.
So,
It's a gadget that, see, because if yours is a 99, Hang on. I might have it sitting in the drawer.
Hey, Dee, you remember I was doing that cross stitching for my daughter?
Okay.
I finished it.
Oh my gosh. You
I don't
can't
know what I did.
have a rainbow. I'm gonna say without a little rain. Yeah. Awesome. That's so
I
sweet.
finished 5 that day, including this one.
Wow.
They were
Okay.
small ones, and I'm working on another one.
Okay.
I don't know what I did with it, G,
Oh,
but
love you, the moon.
It's my own design.
Yeah.
It's my own design.
All right. What is she
What
saying?
about
I have
the
no
4th of July?
identification or information to give you. What is Fairy Dust talking about? Okay.
Don't know.
So Karen says we have a home in mid-March. We were home in mid-March. California was nice though. Oh, she went to California. Yep.
I pulled up a picture of my truck. It's MERC something.
MER.
MERC.
Yeah. Do. Gee, start moonlighting as Jigo. Yeah, that used to was, buddy. Been there, done that.
Okay.
That
It's
was it.
MERCURY. Yeah, it's a Mercury.
Okay.
I'm looking at the logo, but it's all blurry. So
Is that your glasses or mine? Oy.
I
it's
can't find it.
this is my truck,
Oh, wait, maybe it's in here.
Okay.
Okay.
and it's an
Yeah.
all-wheel drive. It's an
Nice.
all-wheel drive.
That's cool. All right, send it to me there, young lady.
You see
6.
it?
Yeah.
This is for the brain box of the vehicle. Vehicles from 96 and above have a brain box. That's what my dad used to call it. My dad was a mechanic.
Yeah.
You put this into the brain of the computer, and it will tell you anything that's wrong with it. It'll whatever code it is, this will give it to you, and you can program it to your telephone or to your telephone to your cell phone.
Yeah, you can though.
And but yeah, this is like a little lifesaver. You know, this'll tell you whatever code. If you've got a vehicle, like say I have a Dodge Dakota, it's a 2003. So if something goes on it, all I got to do is I just got to plug this into the little brain box, and it'll tell me. Like I had a what was it? A solenoid that went out, and all it was kind of like a plug and play kind of thing. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's just a little square thingy.
Yeah,
Or
and
round, yeah.
my friend Lewis is a big rig mechanic. He just said, bring it over, and I picked up the part, and he just, he has like a little tool that like pries it off, the little tube,
Yep.
and then just plugged it in, and my truck's been running pretty good ever since. Is what was wrong with it when I was with Kenny, when we were going out to Quartzsite, because I was going to take the truck, but I don't know. It's kind of a good thing that I took the Prius, because it gets a lot better gas mileage,
Yeah.
Not that the truck doesn't get
So what, it was a relay that was bad? That's it?
the solenoid.
Yeah.
Solenoid. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but my little Dodge Dakota runs pretty good. I bought a different cap for it. So if I got to go to Wisconsin and go sell some timber on my dad's land,
Yeah.
so I can get my pool fixed.
Oh.
So I'm gonna take the truck.
So our Van Life biker guy here, and again, I forgot your name too as well. So he has an entire house in the mid-sized high top Sprinter. So there's is that the 140, 45, I forget, and then they have a bigger, longer one. I mean, they get really big. But Sprinters are tricky because they're really tall and narrow, and then they actually squeeze in a little bit. So they're tricky to build out.
Aren't they made by Dodge?
No, Sprinters are Mercedes and Freightliner.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of the other one.
ProMasters are Ram,
ProMaster.
which is Dodge Rams.
ProMaster. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
I like a ProMaster because they're a little more square, but they're still, if you get a used beat up one, it's $24,000. And now they're probably through the roof because everything going on. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm eating,
Yeah.
so that's why I
That's-
put my emoji.
Yeah. So how confusing is that? Van is van in his van life. Yes. On a bike. So bike and van. It's right there. It's right there. Wow. Sorry. Okay. So sorry, no lunch. Yeah. No lucky lunch for Boomer. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Boomer, how's lunch? Oh, okay. So hey, Van, meet you. Yep. Van, it's Cat. All right. Are we getting caught up? Are we? Okay. Here's one. Okay. It's 8:23. Can you read this? Yeah. And it's 8:45. Yeah, that's how far behind I am. Yeah. It's Kenny. It's Ron. Okay, it's Ron. Yeah, so 2 and 5/16. Yeah, that's probably the ball hitch that's on that anti-sway bar that we were talking about a half hour ago. Oh, Ron, you want to come up, man? Tim? Let's see. Nice to meet you. Have been in close to 40 years. Yeah. Wow.
A journeyman wireman. Wow.
Well, I should have been out doing what I taught, but no. And then when I graduated, I didn't know what my best friend was doing. He worked in the back of a Goodwill truck, receiving the clothes and whatnot. And all he'd do is read a book all day long. That's all he did. Just sat there doing nothing with his degree, collecting stuff for 2 years. And I'm going, what the heck are you doing? You know, I was out working, or I was working at the college though. And he goes, I know what I'm doing. He'd never had a job before, and that was the fine print. He didn't have anything to show that he could do something. So it's just like college. You don't go to college for the education. You go for two things. You go for the camaraderie and friendship with people, which becomes later connections.
Right.
And then you do it because you can prove to your new employer that you
The
can do
piece
something.
of paper.
Yeah, because when you go to a bachelor's degree, it means you can basically kiss ass for 4 years. Yeah, and you're echoing again there, Linda.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I know you didn't do nothing. Okay, so check on security. Yeah, I want to do that. Even yeah, and Van, I was brought here from Tesla. I got hurt at Tesla. That's why I don't work at Tesla. Would they take me back? Would I go back? I'm open to that. Because I like their stock. Oh, and what did it do today? Anyhow, that's the only future I have. Okay, Apple II. Apple warehouses? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so what's this? So he threw, I got to go do this. Let me go do that. Where's that at? So unless somebody can grab that and, is that his channel? I'm sorry.
It looks like it.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Because then I'm only on StreamYard and I couldn't click on that link. Yeah, security sits guard. So there is a security position, but they also wanted, 5 years of history of doing security.
Yeah. Well, you want to hear something crazy? This guy that I know that works down at the Dollar General store, he was just a regular employee, and the manager just up and quit the other day. She just gave her keys and her badge, and she says, I'm gone. And so they offered him the position, and he asked for 70,000 and they gave it to him.
What the heck?
to manage the Dollar General store. I was like, but it's money,
There you go. Well, that was a funny thing because I was offered XYZ, and then I said, well, what about benefits? And they go, that'll kick in 90 days. I go, I kind of need my benefits now. They go, well, if we gave you $5,000 more, would you be open to that? And I go, yes, please. Yeah. I mean, I figured I could get it done because I need new glasses ASAP. I need some teeth worked on really bad.
How old are you, G?
I'm old enough to know better.
That's not
He's
what
over
Kenny.
21.
Kenny. All right, what's he trying to rattle? Yeah. No, Ford Ranger is not, buddy. Yeah. No. Ford Rangers are 1,500 pounds. And yeah, a newer Ranger. Yeah, I'm not buying a 2019 Ranger. And
What does it say? Rangers rated at 3,500 pounds.
no, not anything under 2,000. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
No, they're all for, and they're no, and it's got to be a V6 or bigger to do 7,500. So that's got to be an 8 or a 10 to do 7,500, buddy.
Yep.
Yeah. A 35 would be probably a 6 or more. Yeah,
Mhm.
but the 4-banger, the Ford Ranger is a 4-banger.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and they're just too small. My Subaru will do that. So yeah, so that was a fine print. So 35 to 5 is a 6, and a 4x might be able to get a 5, but a 7,500, that's definitely an 8 or 10 cylinder. Yeah, because I was looking at them for quite a bit. Yeah, van sucked. Plate of chocolate chips. Well, come on to the green room. Stack them higher. Okay, payload in the van. The tongue weight has to be added to the payload. Yeah, see, that's the scary part. The trailer pull-in rating is different from the payload. And that's the thing on my RV. Okay, so I have 3,500 on the RV, but if I have a 200-pound bike already on the tongue, I'm already at tongue weight because it's 3,500. So that's 350 for 10%. And if I've got 200 on there, I can only pull 1,500. 15 by 10% is 150 more on that. And then it would still be going sag. So it's a very, very touchy situation to be able to figure out all your weights and tongue length. So again, Mr. Van, if I have an stabilizer, that changes it by what? Is that another 10% I can get on the tongue or what? Because that part I don't know. All right, what do we got here? And thanks for putting up with me being so far behind, gang. Appreciate y'all being here. All right. Thanks, guys and gals, he says. Okay, so 850 is what, Brene? I guess the one. Oh, they're playing the games out there. Look at these guys. I'd like to win. I've only won a couple $100 before. Tim, he's doing scratches and winning that. 26 in the house. Thanks for everybody being here. It's more dangerous getting out of a car, walking up to your sticks and bricks. I guess I'm that far behind. They're talking about living in the trailer than your sticks and bricks. You think? Yeah, we're 20 minutes behind. I'm pulling an 8. Okay. Brandon was really good. Feet, sort. I don't know. All right, I'm going to jump ahead. If there's something that's pressing, let's bring it back up again. Okay. If I miss something, gangs. All right, good. Country Swing Band. Mike Land, you see the link. Does anybody want to come up? It's back up there. I didn't pin it tonight, but there it is. 30 minutes later. Mike Land, I'd be honored. Tim, I'd be honored. Fairy Dust throwing out the links again. Fun. Okay, an E50 payload is about 3,000. Built-in size probably 2,000. So I don't have much inside. I don't think I have 100 pounds inside. So are you saying the payload on the E50 is only 3,000 pounds for I think it's a 96? I think the van is a 96. So it's the oldest vehicle I own. Okay. And G's and look at this badge. Hey, buddy. Hello, badge. And when did you come in? A half hour ago? Sorry, Bubs.
I hear feedback from you.
Yeah, I don't know what Linda's doing, but see, it's gone now, right? Okay. Dyson's pretty. Backroads in the house. All right. Good night, all. Now she's leaving. I love just slipping. She probably left a half hour ago. Thank you, dear. Okay. Hello, you are. Good night. Backroads. Backroads is here. Yes, with the wind. Fix D scanner.
I'm gonna let y'all go because a friend of mine just texted me. He's in Dallas right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate your time. You did
Oh,
well.
if you're still on, when I'm done, I'll come back.
Okay.
See you.
See you later.
All right. So, badge. All right, Linda, you got to fix that feedback, dear.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on. Probably my phone, maybe.
Does it get hot?
Well, yeah, it's getting a little bit warm. I don't know.
You're not echoing. I'm echoing when you're live. So let's go to my audio.
Now, what does it sound like?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is it echoing?
Hello, hello. No. No.
No.
What'd you do?
I turned off the echo. I mean, I just unchecked the boxes. That's all.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe it's
I
my
don't know why
phone.
it changes in between. I realize AutoZone's computer test for free. So, Badge, what is your experience with this Fix-It scanner that she had held up? Had you used it? Because I have another one that helps balance things out for long road trips and whatnot. But if I'm not driving it, I don't know how it's going to be if it's just in town kind of thing. But hers, I know it's a scanner. So what's your experience with that? Okay. Hello, hello. Yes, Backroads has been in a undisclosed location, freezing his tail feathers off. Yeah, it's been way colder than yours, Badge. Yeah.
Backroads Nomad?
Yeah. I know
I
where he's
miss
at.
him. I haven't seen him in a long time.
I know. Well, I know the state he lives in, so I can check on the temperatures. But yeah,
Yeah.
Badge had a mild winter compared to where Backroads is.
Yeah. Backroads lives in the cold country.
Yeah, cold country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so Mercedes just had an agreement to use Dodge's name. Yeah, so Freightliner. Yeah, remember that. Okay, Sprinters are very expensive. They get worked on. Yeah, I wouldn't own a Sprinter. I wouldn't own a Sprinter because they're Mercedes, and you have to go to their dealership. You don't have Joe Public out there and working on it.
The parts are really pricey too.
Yeah. So Harley Davidsons are HDs, Harley Davidsons, but no. They're $100. Every part on a Harley Davidson is $100. Okay. Well, the same on a Mercedes. I earlier I said who I work for. I took her Mercedes in, and for a fog light, they wanted $100 for the glass and $100 for the light bulb for a fog light. And this was in 1990. Okay. It's probably $500 for a fog light now, right? It's crazy.
There's a place that's online. I was just telling a lady probably about 6 months ago that you can get like replacement parts. I don't think they're like original, but they fit exactly, look exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So see, if you pop your hood, they all look the same, right? But Backroads saying there's only 3 shops across the country that can work on it. So yeah, I love like a diesel, you can go for years without having to touch it. But when you do, they get spendy because they're like, oh, it's a diesel. It's different. I don't know. I don't know how it's different. It's an engine block. It's compression. It puts stuff in. It blows things up. I don't know. To me, it's like cooking. If you read the manual and you put in a half a cup of this and a teaspoon of that, it should be the same. But I'm not a mechanic. I haven't had to work on too many things, but I think it's just a matter of getting in up to your elbows and turning enough wrenches that you're going to get her done. Okay? I don't know. Call me picky, but I don't think it's that hard to do. Okay, if you pop the hood, yep. Okay. Figured the vans, yep. Okay, Van Life Biker, it's Chevy, was sold to Fiat. Yeah, all the above. It's crazy. How are you? Gee, had a birthday last week. He's 22. Yeah, see, I'm all trimmed up. I'm only 22 times 2 plus 2. Yeah, okay. Okay. The Dollar General, where I'm at in Cali, is offering $38. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty good. At the Dollar General, you can get paid $38 an hour.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy how much that they agreed to pay that guy,
Yeah. Wow.
But right now he has to work he has to close Monday through Sunday. Open to close until they get somebody.
So he's been here 9 minutes, and I'm just now getting to him. So I'm catching up. I'm catching up, buddy. All right, Morbang. All right. Tim, I see all you're building. You got your little cook box and you're a little changing up all the time, buddy. Come give me some ideas on how to build my van out, man. Because it's a clean slate except for the heater. So I showed some pictures earlier. Let me see if I can bring those up again. So, Tim, I have my diesel heater just inside the passenger barn side doors, and I can't change that. You know, there's holes in the floorboard, right? So, and the other thing is I have, this is what I do need to change is, see right here, that's the diesel fuel. See that orange cap? That's the diesel fuel. Then there's a counter space. There it is. Then there's a counter space for like your cook stove. But then that cabinet with all the little holes, the bottom of that, that's where the diesel heater is. And then see the black circle there under that little brown thing? That's where the hose comes out. I didn't take one of the side. So here's the barn doors that you can't see in there. That's just the inside. Anyhow, there's a gray square in the basement, but I can't see a thing. So
you have barn doors in the back too?
yeah, so it's regular barn doors in the back and barn doors on the side. That's the only way to go because you can utilize the space in the door. And then when they swing open, I'm going to put a spring up counter.
Yeah.
So it'll be flat so you can get in and out. I was going to put stuff on the door. Then I open them. I go, I can't fit out. So you put a board on the door and you have it pop up and you have little hinges under it. Some people use guide wires because they just go the super cheap route, but then they're in your way. Okay. So, okay. The 76, the 6 Sprinter known to be better. The Sprinter. Yeah. Because it's def, right? If it's a diesel, most Sprinters are. Okay. Later on. Oh, Lynn's leaving. She's from Oklahoma. Okay. 3 gen. Okay. I would only buy an E450 or 550. 350s don't carry enough. Well, buddy, I would dream for a 350 because I got bamboozled into the 150. I'd never buy a 150 again, or I didn't want it, but it kind of fell in my lap. 250 would be iffy, but even Chrome's saying, yeah, he wished the hello he had a 350. So I think 350 is a sweet spot, but yeah, or 450 is like a whole nother level, dude. That's a whole nother level. Yeah, what do we got here?
My RV is a 350.
Yeah. Well, my RV is a 450. It's a V12.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't need that much.
No.
Okay. Stabilizers shift the weight in the front axles a bit, not much. It's more for safety and helps you swag in the rear. So I don't know if I need to keep that or use that. I do have the stabilizer shift kit, but again, it's got like a monster head ball on it. It's got the pillars and whatnot. So, and then I have a box on the front of the A-frame of the hitch there, the tongue. Ooh, I don't know if I can put it on there. I don't want to lose the box, but do I need a stabilizer?
A box on the on the tongue?
Yeah. It's pretty common. It's plastic, but what's in there is my battery. So it's okay. All right, you ready this time, buddy? I don't know. He's getting ready in the basement. All right. Okay, good. All right, go over, Linda. Oh, and then he leaves. Okay.
I'm just turning the light off behind me.
Hey, Dr. Oates, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Awesome.
Doing okay.
There you are.
I haven't seen you in a long, long time.
Jeez. 2 years and a day.
You disappeared for a while.
Yeah, it's there's crazy shit going on in the world.
Yeah, well. You revamped all your channels or something?
BRN's going away. Backroads Nomad channel's going away shortly.
Yeah.
So what's it going to be next?
I have other channels that I've had up for quite a while, but haven't posted to. But my Field Tech Self-Reliance channel is going to be. I was talking about it in my live stream I had just before G started his live stream. So
yeah,
the link to that channel is in there, and it's going to be up on Rumble and BitChute as well because of the way things are going with this platform.
Yeah. What's her name? The chef. Gosh darn it. She changed her name. She's on all those platforms too because of this platform is not friendly with what she wants to talk about. So it's just like, hey,
Oh, the Steamboat Chef,
yeah.
Saucy the Steamboat.
Saucy, yes, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I know Saucy.
She did up her hair different, and she's tooting another tune. She's got herself a sidekick now. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, there's I was telling on my live stream, I got kicked off of Patreon. I don't know why I got kicked off Patreon. I didn't have anything controversial, but they put me in a timeout, and then they invited me back. They're like, "Oh, Backroads Nomad, we miss you. Come on back." So I go back, and I was setting up to start posting content, and then they deplatformed me and banned me permanently. They took my whole thing down.
What, in the French toast?
No, nothing as to why. Just you've been banned from our platform due to violation of community standards and guidelines, and that was it. And I didn't violate anything.
Yeah.
So I think it's because of my views, and they probably saw it on other platforms and decided, oh, we don't want this guy. So
Yeah.
You have to go on my channel and put your link up on my go to my one of my videos and put your link up there so I know where you're at.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also in the pinned comment on my live stream I just had a little bit ago.
And
You can find it there.
but you don't have
On
the
my-
back rows
On my
Nomad?
Yeah, my Backroads Nomad channel. I just the live stream I just did a little while ago. There's a pinned comment with a link to it too on both Rumble and on YouTube.
Okay, I'll go look then. I'll go look. Okay.
So we're touching on the basis of the van that I have. That I wanted to keep it to haul the trailer I have. My van is only an E150, and I was enlightened that that's good for 3,000 to 5,000 pounds. Was you just said that no, it's not going to do 5,000 pounds? On a 150?
For pulling, yeah, it'll do 5,000 pounds pulling,
Yeah.
but carry capacity, no.
No, not in it. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
but pulling,
Yeah.
oh yeah, you can easily pull
Okay.
5,000.
Okay, good.
Yeah, a 150 can pull up to about 7,500 pounds.
Yeah, that's what I've read. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, in it. No, I'm not going to pull a Chrome and put 8,000 pounds in that freaking vehicle and then try to pull something either.
This is what people don't understand. An E150 just means that it's the Econoline 150, and an F-150 is the pickup truck. They're built on the same chassis. It's the same truck chassis for both. So it can pull the same, just because it's a van, people think, oh, it can't pull any weight. It can pull the same weight because it has the same gearing, it has the same axle in the rear. Everything is the drivetrain and suspension is the same as an F-150. It's just the E-Series Econoline. So it can pull the same weight as an F-150.
And the 2 isn't much different either. It's the 3 that's a threshold, right?
Yeah, the 350 van and the 350 truck is the same. Everything's the same across 150, 250, and 350.
Okay, but the 150 is not a 3/4 or even a half ton. It's just a
no,
quarter.
150 is a half ton.
Okay.
The 250 is a 3/4 ton, and the 350 is a 1 ton.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, how much
And
can
you
a 1
also-
ton?
Well, you can also tell that straight away because of the amount of lug bolts on the wheels.
Right. Yeah.
You go to
The
8.
250. Yeah, there's 5 on the 150, and then there's 8 on the 250 and 350.
Yeah.
The only difference between a 250 and a 350 is the 350 has 600 pounds more carrying capacity than the 250. But pulling wise, you can pull between 12.5 with the 250 and 350 stock.
Yeah.
So yeah, my E450 is a 1 1/4 ton, and that one I can pull 18,000 pounds with.
Yeah, mother load. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you
because it's a
taught me something
dually.
new today.
Yeah. And then the 550 can pull up to 22,500 pounds
Okay.
with a
So-
class 5 hitch. So, and it also depends on the hitch you have. Now, like a 150 is going to come with a standard class 3 hitch.
Yeah.
And 250s and 350s even come with standard class 3. But what I put on the 150 I had, I put a class 5 hitch. So I couldn't pull more, but I knew I wouldn't have to worry about the hitch or the ball breaking. with a Class 5 hitch.
Well, and this has got some, I'll bring it up here, but I don't know. It's called kind of monkey rigged. It's a homemade. I'm not going to see if I can get it in there. It's like a 2-inch pipe with a slab of metal on it for the hitch. I need to get rid of that, don't I?
Oh yeah, that's not. Yeah, you can't. You
That's
can't
not
pull
legit.
5,000 with that.
It
Okay.
looks real
No.
thin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's an inch chunk of metal, but it's
Yeah,
just
but still.
welded onto this other thing.
need-
It was there. Yeah.
You
No,
need the
you-
big
you-
square ones, don't you?
yeah. You need the hitch that's bolted to the frame.
Yeah.
Oh, the hitch is there. I'm just talking about the tab that holds the ball. What's that? The actual tongue that goes
Oh,
in
the tongue. Yeah, the receiver. Yeah,
Receiver.
yeah.
So I have
draw-
one that's
it's-
silver that it'll say it'll hold 7,500 pounds. So 7,000 pounds just for that, where the ball hooks onto. Yeah. I'm going to get
Yeah,
that.
Personally, I don't use those those are called drawbars that slide into the receiver. That's a drawbar. I don't use drawbars that are hollow. I use drawbars that are solid.
Yeah.
Actually what I use is a tri-ball. It has the 1 7/8, 2-inch, and 2 5/16.
Yeah.
It's
solid.
It's solid 2-inch stock with the balls welded on, which
Mhm.
is a lot stronger than the ones that drop through and then you screw the nut on the bottom.
Oh yeah.
I don't see myself using the small one, and I don't think I would use the one larger. I'm just straight 2-inch ball guy. 'Cause
Right.
The trailer I have and the little trailer, even the little Harbor Freight's a 2-inch ball. So, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's a solid one. I've seen those before, but I thought they were the Harbor Freight cheap ones that are like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing, so I'll get all three. You know, they just look Jimmy. The next
Well,
level
I've
one
got
would be a hook on it, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I've got a 2 5/16. The cargo trailer's 2 5/16.
Yeah.
My little gray tool / camping trailer is 1 7/8,
Oh,
and then the
geez.
snowmobile trailer is 2-inch. So
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, you see, you use them. So the what's the stabilizer thing I have is the 2 and 5/16. It's a
Yeah.
huge ball. Yeah, it's monster.
yeah.
So I think I'll take that off and just put the 2 on. Do you think that I need it for the trailer?
How long is the trailer?
It's only a 6x10.
Oh no, you don't need a stabilizer for that. No.
No.
If
It's a
you
single
if you were
axle.
Yeah, if you were 12 foot or over, you definitely would, but no, not for a
No.
small little single axle.
Well, it's just amount of having the tongue balance and all that. So like we said earlier,
Right.
if it's 3,000 pounds, it's 300. It's 10 is an easy number. You can do 15%, but 10 is just the
Right.
minimum. Yeah. Okay. So you can say whatever you want, as long as you yeah. So yeah. Okay. So this is the fine print with Badge. You can say whatever you want, but he's never wrong, and he's not going to listen to what you have to say. And I'm saying that because that's what his logo is. He doesn't have to ask. Okay.
Right.
He doesn't have to ask for permission. He knows what he knows. And if it freaking works, it freaking works. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Because we've bumped heads about my silly lithium and my silly solar. And he'll take a generator all day long. And I want a generator too. Okay. But I like it a little bit quiet.
works.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
No, I mean, there's a lot of people that are generator people because I mean, I came from the generation where generators were the way to go.
Yeah.
But for me, yeah, I like solar, but I'm not going to buy lithium, just the lithium batteries, like, what looks like a car battery. I'm not going to buy those.
Airborne. Yeah,
I'm
right.
going to buy the power stations that
Yeah.
I can plug in and use. And that way, if I need to take portable power with me, I unplug
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And I take it with me, and I could, like I was just talking about on my live stream, we're looking at 40-acre property that has a solar setup. The batteries are kind of old.
Yeah.
I'm going to recycle the old batteries, buy some of like the Blue Eddy power packs,
Yep.
plug those in for my backup power. But then if I need to travel, I can unplug one of those and take, just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't
Yeah. Don't
sell that
say
heathen.
that name.
Well,
Yeah.
this is my first experience, but
Don't
it
say the
worked
name.
fine. It worked fine for me though.
Yeah.
My first
Yeah, so-
experience with anything, with solar. But no, it's okay. It kept my butt warm with a little 12-volt heating blanket when I was in Quartzsite
Yeah.
and charged the
Yeah,
phone.
I've been having go-arounds with Jackery too over the whole debacle with them and
Well,
what they did.
I bought it because I got it for under $300, and it was cheap. I got it from Harbor Freight, and you could get them cheaper at
Can you
Harbor
believe
Freight.
that?
What?
They're in Harbor Freight now.
Oh yeah.
Harbor Freight's carrying those?
Yeah. She
Oh,
told
my
me, and I
God.
was going, I don't think so.
They
They're
are.
and I saw it, girl. I saw it.
They have a lot of them in California, and then they have some in Arizona. Well, they have the little ones in Arizona, but they don't have the big ones yet. Because I'm gonna get like a 1500, so it has longer, longevity. Yeah, but this one's good. Like if you're gonna go and sit around a smoky campfire and you're freezing your butt off, and it's cold and damp and rainy and whatever, kind of icky. And you have like a 12-volt heating blanket. This is great. I mean,
Yeah, those power generator stations are great, but here's the thing: don't buy that brand.
yeah, I like I said, I just got it just because it was easy to get. It was right there, and I didn't have to order it from Amazon, and it was cheaper than Amazon.
Right.
So
But there's two other brands that are way better than that one now.
the Blue Eddy one,
Blue Eddy is one of them.
yeah, that's what I wanted to get, but then, like I said, I didn't have a lot of money to spend because
Yeah.
at that time,
They're not cheap.
yeah,
No.
But Backroads, I appreciate exactly what you're saying, because I might have a whole lot of this solar and a whole lot of this battery and a whole lot of this, but I can't move it. And that's where we had talked about this like 6 months ago, that's the light bulb. But in when I came up, like in 19, when I met you, they didn't have that then. They didn't have these solar generator thingamajigs,
Right.
So I came in strong with 3 Battleborn batteries and 1100 watts of solar and a big fat one charge controller. And now that I know what I know, I wouldn't have done one charge controller. I would have done 2, if not 3, for the 3 panels I have. Because, in an RV, okay, 1 is none and 2 is 1, okay, and 3 is just 1 more. So that's the way to go. I saw that when Camper Van Kevin did it. He had his little white van and he had 2 in there. And I go, why would he do that? And I'm going, because one's for backup and there's 2 panels. And it's like, duh. Yeah, I paid a whole lot of money for 1 when I could have paid less for 2.
Right.
And and when you're out there and it goes out, you're gone. Doesn't matter that I have 1,000 amp hours. Yeah.
He did 3 in the ProMaster, and what I told him is you should do 2 and have them on separate systems, because if one goes down, you still have backup to run, or vice versa. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. You want to have redundant systems when you're counting on something like that, because solar's great, but solar's not 100% all the time.
Solar ain't shit in Alaska when it's dark.
Right, there's problems. So, for instance, with me, with the vehicle that I want to do, and I'm going to have solar, but I'm also going to have a single wire alternator as a wind turbine, so that it can generate electricity. I can use that the way I'm going to set it up. That can turn as I'm driving. It can turn when I'm stationary. So if solar's not great, if there's not enough sun, I still have wind to help regenerate the power in the units. And I'm finding, I can't say too much about it because I promised I wouldn't, but I'm finding used those solar those generator packs. I'm finding used ones that have refreshed batteries that are a third of the price of a brand new one, and they work just as well.
Yeah. So if you're going to go down that road, there was a Kickstarter battery that comes out, and they start off and they were selling them like 30 to 40% below retail cost when they came out. Well, now that they're out, they also have on their webpage, what was the word they call them? Refurbished products that says at the price or cheaper than they would have sold brand new, and all they are is returns, folks.
Right.
And this company starts with the letter E. It has a CO after it. But anyhow, I'm not promoting them, but go look at them. They're incredible. And so when I spent a lot of money for a certain one, and then it comes out as a refurbished and it's like cheaper, I'm going, what, the French toast? Yeah. So look at that. And they have the fastest charge rate. The fastest. So anyhow, I'm happy with what I got, but it's a lot bigger than I thought it was.
The other thing people don't think about is if you don't want to do solar, Put a second alternator in your vehicle and have that alternator go directly to your house batteries and
Yeah,
keep them
that's-
charged.
That's called DC to DC charging.
Yes. And that alternator can be dedicated for your house batteries, and then you can leave your other one for your vehicle starting battery. And you don't have to worry about it wearing out faster or any extra draw.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, there's
Some bigger trucks like the Fords, they do have a spot where they show the serpentine belt with different
Yep.
patterns. They set it up for that, folks. You can have two
Yep.
alternators.
Yep.
And to think, if your battery one for the engine went out, you got another one right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where would you put it though? Where would you put another alternator?
Well,
In,
like I
in the
said,
engine compartment.
yeah, they either have space for it or they don't. Okay.
The bigger Ford engines, the 351 Windsors and the V10s, they have a spot to add an auxiliary alternator under the hood. You just have to get a longer serpentine belt when you put it on.
Right.
But they have a spot to mount it, so then you have a secondary alternator. And you can mount them in you can have brackets made to mount them in other engine compartments. There's companies out there now that have actual kits to mount alternators on different types of vehicles.
So
Okay, yeah, because in my E350 by my RV, there's no. It's all like crammed in there.
Yeah.
There's no. My battery's like squished in the corner for my coach, but then my coach battery runs off the alternator, so it charges while I'm driving. But there's hardly no room to get a battery in there. Hardly. It's just.
Well, it'll be on your little sticker that shows you how to put the serpentine belt. It'll have like a dotted line to show that it can do it or not. Otherwise, get a bigger one. The standard stuff is like, I don't know how many amps does it put out, but it's normally just enough for your vehicle to run. What he's talking about is if you can't have two, you can get a one that's does twice as much. And you're going to take what it will take. Amps are finicky. They're not going to fry something. If they're using it, they'll say, "Oh, I don't need that much." It's the voltage that'll say, "Hey, that's too much voltage." It's an ugly animal. I don't want to. Yeah, it's confusing. Yeah.
Yeah, you can put a higher amp alternator in place of your stock one, and then get a battery isolator so that you can run cables to your coach batteries and charge those as well, so it doesn't overcharge your starting battery, and it'll keep your house batteries topped up as well. So there's alternatives.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. So Van here is putting it all in there. He's got his it's like Tommy's that is in Florida. It's like, yeah. So Tommy has 2, if not 3, IT batteries for racks, big server racks. They're 3,500 amps or more each. And again, something that I would have done before I'd have gone down the Battleborn road. Okay. I supported my local business. They were the top of the line when I got them. And now these other things are coming out. Again, they weren't there when I started this. And he's got like 10,000, or he's got like 15,000 amp hours.
Holy crap.
Yeah. 15,000 amp hours. That's like 15 Battleborn batteries. Freaking insane.
You got it.
Oh, you lost your mic. What was that, Backroads? Yeah, we lost your mic. Can't hear you. We lost your mic. Can't hear you. Nope. Must have pulled it out. So, yeah, Van, he's got that too. He's got 1,660 watts of solar on his roof. He's got like 4 panels that sticks out past the van. It's insane. All right.
Wow.
We're going to drop him down for a minute and see if he
And
I'm going to kick him. I'm going to kick him from, I don't know. I think this just removes him from the studio. So I kicked him out. Maybe he'll come back. If you're listening to that, Backroads, I kicked you out so you can reconnect. So come back in. No big deal. All right. So Van, yeah. So Van, I popped up my number there. So give me a call. We need to get together because I'm going to be your neighbor. Yeah. and I appreciate what you're throwing down, because that's some great information. So thanks for being here. Yeah, he's got everything. Stove, oven, yeah. I had that in the RV. I have an induction plate. I got a lot going on in the RV, and it's going to be tough to get rid of that. But anyhow, you don't need 2 alternators unless you go lithium. I don't know what he meant by just having that, but if it charges your batteries, yeah. So Van, I'm 100% lithium. I gave away, well, I didn't give them away. I had 2 6-volt deep cycle batteries. 2 together is 12 volts. Okay. They were 235 amp hours each. Okay. So that combined was a lot, but you can only use half. But then I told the guy that was buying them, I wouldn't really say that you have more than 200, because you don't want to bring down a lead acid battery lower than 50%. Okay, let's see if he's got it back together.
Can you hear me now?
Testing
Yep.
1, 2. Okay.
Yeah, I had a phone call come in that killed me. So
Oh, gee whiz. Okay. So I was just telling Van that I got rid of my 2 deep cycle bricks of lead acid batteries. They were 62 pounds each.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's heavy.
I didn't carry them. I told the guy, I says, hey, I don't know how old you are, buddy, but I would do your exercises before you bring these batteries up out of here. Yeah. 62 pounds each. Wow.
No,
Yeah.
what I was saying is with 16,000 amp hours of battery, you got to have a heck of a lot of solar to keep that charged.
1,660 watts. 1,006. Yeah. 1,660. That's what he's got on top of his van. It hangs over a foot over the window and out the back, but it's parallel to the edge of the van. It's insane.
Wow.
I think it's 4 panels. Yeah.
Who would
Yeah.
need that much solar, you know?
Well, that kind of batteries, no. He'll never drain the batteries. I don't care if he ran everything all day long. He'll never drain that kind of batteries. And even
Right.
with Van here saying he's got his dishwasher and everything, so does this guy, right? So he's got his washer drying the whole 9 yards, right?
What were those other kind
And
of
this,
lithium?
there you go. He's got a mini split inside his regular E150.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Oh, but he has the batteries. He can do it, dude. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. Yeah. So he cut out the floor in the back, took out the spare tire, made a special box, dropped it down half and half. So it's half inside, half out. He's got the bed on top of it, and the mini splits right over the back barn doors. And and then he can do washer and dryer. He's got a deep freezer in there, and Van's coming along like the same thing. So,
Wow.
but he's saying here, were you talking about having a second alternator for lithiums in the comment there?
Yeah. Well, I was talking any house batteries.
Yeah.
You can have a second alternator. The reason I say second alternator is unless you upgrade your main alternator, which can be very expensive to upgrade. If you just put like you can go to the junkyard, pull one off a vehicle and use it as a secondary, and it's a lot cheaper. The bracketry is relatively inexpensive. You can mount it on and away you go. That's I'm not about buying brand new everything. I'm about recycling, reusing.
Sure.
And
so on this comment though, I would say, because what I've learned, that a lithium battery will take in as much as you want, but the alternator says, hey, I can't do that for this long. So you have to have a special little thing that says, hey, we're going to only run that alternator for like 10, 15 minutes,
Right.
And then it's at float or bulk. And yeah. So they make a special box for that. It's called DC to DC, or Battleborn has one. It's a little module-y thing. Yeah. I don't know that I would want to mess with the alternator because of the fact that I lost an alternator and I don't know the quality they put one in. So unless I can put a second one in, I wouldn't mess with the situation I have. I mean, I'm just talking me.
Right.
But if you guys got room for a second alternator, I'm agreeing that that's the way to go. If you can't put, 500 or more watts of solar on your roof. And again, how many batteries?
Yeah, exactly.
I say yes.
Yeah, most people, unless you're like Camper Grand Kevin, who has to run a CPAP machine all night long, and he has the mini split set out, or he had it on on the Class A. I mean, you don't need that much solar. 200 watts will do most people, with
Well, it's a 2
everything
to
they
1.
need.
To me, it's a 2 to 1.
No.
200 watts of solar to 100 amp hours of battery. That'll
Right.
do you. Okay. If
Right.
you need more battery, you do 200 and then you go to 400. So that's a 2 to 1. Okay.
Right.
But if you live above the 45th parallel and you go into some dark days, like in Portland, Oregon, it's going to rain for 30, 40, 50 days, dude. So you
Right.
need a 3 to 1. So you're going
Right.
to have 300 watts and 100 amp hours and so on and so forth. So,
Right.
and in Canada, you're probably going to go to 4 to 1, because the sun is, at that angle. Now, if you tip them at 45 or perpendicular 90 degrees all the time, that's a whole nother animal. You'd probably be
Right.
good with 2 to 1. But
Right.
anyhow,
That's why I don't like mounting them permanently on the top of the vehicle. I want them portable so I can move them around.
Yeah.
Put them where I need them, angle them
Right.
how I want, and I don't have to
Yeah.
worry about monkeying around. And I want to be able to park in the shade, yet
Yeah.
still get solar. I don't want to be
Right.
parked out in the sun, because not only are you needing that to get solar, but you're also heating up your vehicle doing that. And that's
Right.
just, to me, that's just not a smart way to do it.
wow. Well, that's ugly. My batteries are over 100 pounds each. I have 4 of them. Ouch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Backroad, I have a question. I have a little mid-size, like a mid-rise cap for the back of my truck, and I was gonna take it to Wisconsin. I was
Mhm.
thinking about insulating it a little bit. What do you suggest? It's a fiberglass.
You can use the rigid foam insulation, the 1-inch rigid foam. Does
Poly.
the inside? Do you have the aluminum inside, or is it just molded fiberglass?
It's just molded fiberglass. It used to have that cloth on the top of it,
Mhm.
but it was all nasty and coming apart and everything. So I took it all off and I pressure washed it really good and cleaned it. Then I primered it and I put Henry's on it. I don't think it'll ever leak, I won't have any leaks in it, but I don't know what I can do to keep anything up there unless I put what that Henry's is made out of, that I forget. It's real kind of
the elastomeric. Yeah.
Yeah, but nothing sticks to it. I mean, you can't tape it or nothing like that, unless
you put the Henrys on the inside?
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's a hard one, because nothing sticks to that.
Well,
Oh, snap.
I did use a little bit of that. What's that stuff in the tube? What's that stuff called? That use the tube gun?
Epoxy?
No, it wasn't
Nail?
epoxy.
Nail? Adhesive?
No, not that. It was
Yeah, Ron's got a new job.
Silicone caulk.
Yeah, like a silicone. The silicone sticks to the silicone. I learned that.
Yeah, but it won't stick to the Henrys.
Yeah, well, there was a little my mechanic friend had some black silicone, and then because I initially put Reflectix up there, and I thought I could maybe mold it up there to stay up there, but I need to get the little light in the back replaced, because it has that little brake light in the back, on the top back and the back there.
Right.
So all the air kind of got in between that space and it all sank.
Right.
So I have to figure out, I was thinking of, what do you think if I took 1x2s and I glued them up at the top, and then I put foam insulation up there? Would that be better, you think?
You're going to have to use a really strong epoxy to hold that up there, because that Henry's doesn't allow really anything to stick to it. So you're going to have to use a 2-part epoxy that you mix together to do that.
Do you have any kind of bar rack on top of that canopy?
No.
Okay, what if you did this? What if you mounted one, but you used bolts and went through, and you put wood trim on the inside, like a 2x4 or a 2x2,
That's
and
what I
bolted
wanted.
that, so you would have wood on the inside to mount to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I don't want to put any holes to the roof.
Well, if that's the only way you can get something to stick, you could have 2x4s and then put runners to that and then build from there.
Yeah.
Because a fiberglass, you're going to use Henry's, or you're going to use what's the laminate? What's that fancy glue that spreads out? I would do it.
The Dicor?
Oh, the Dicor?
Yeah. And VHB tape and all that, it's not going to leak. You're only putting 4 holes in. I mean, I would.
Yeah, the
do more than that.
Dicor works pretty good. I
Yeah.
had Jamie when he put in my my Max Air fans on my RV, he used the Dicor on there, and it's pretty nice, you know. He did a good job. But yeah, I just don't know if I got some of that really industrial strength glue, would that stick to it, you think?
What it's called
Lick-
nails for contractors, right?
Like
Yeah,
liquid
like
nails
liquid
will not. Yeah, liquid nails won't stick to Henry's.
No?
It would have to be an epoxy. It have to be a 2-part epoxy. Because that when we did Camper Van Kevin's roof, we had to lay down all of the Dicor first and then roll the Henry's over top because nothing sticks to Henry's after you
Oh,
put it down.
really?
Yeah, epoxy would be the only thing.
What about if I put a primer over it to get that?
Primer
you know?
won't stick to the Henry's either.
No.
No?
No, it would just separate and peel off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really screwed myself.
I don't know, man.
Oh no.
I think that's the only way. So what I envision is that you put rails the full length or crosswise, and then you put wood underneath that, so you're sandwiching it. Then you can put 2x4s and that, and you could panel the whole thing and put insulation in between.
That, you know, and I
That's
was thinking that because I was thinking about putting a car top carrier thing up
Yeah.
there for
Yeah.
extra storage, and then get myself a little ladder I can go on to the side if I wanted to get
Yeah.
up inside there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll have to see if I can get my friend Lewis to help me with that because I can't do
Yeah.
it myself. But yeah, maybe
Yeah.
Probably your best bet is to get some 1x2 strapping, lay it up there and draw lines on either side of it.
oh
Then
yeah.
cut squares into the Henry's underneath where that strapping would go.
That's
so
a good
that
idea.
so that you could use adhesive to adhere it to the fiberglass.
Yeah.
Just make a series of squares or holes along that length, and then you could use adhesive to stick it up there.
So I'd
Just
have to
Velcro.
like almost like get a snapping line or something, or draw a line on it.
Just draw a line with a pencil on either side of that 1x2, so you know where the parameters are, and then cut squares or holes out the length of how you're going to lay that, and then you could dab adhesive and then put the wood up there, and then it would stick.
That's
and
a
you
good
still have
idea.
yeah.
That's what I'll
And
have to
then-
do. Then. Yeah, because I didn't realize it when I put all that sticking Henry's up there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize too that Reflectix is not insulation. All it is a reflective material to reflect the sun's rays.
Yeah,
So
that's what I was
but
thinking.
it does. It has 1%.
It's
It's
about
about-
But if you use 1x2 strapping and got 3/4 foam board and put it in between, then you could use adhesive and glue it
Yeah,
up
that
to the 1x2s.
Yeah.
that would be a good
Yeah.
idea. Yeah, that's what I'll
Yeah.
have to do. Yeah, because I was so stupid when I did it because I wasn't even thinking, and I tried to put that duct tape up there or whatever, and nothing was working. I mean, I tried
Yeah.
every single kind of tape, and nothing was working. And I was like, "Oh, Linda,
Right.
what are you doing?" You know. But yeah, the only thing that really works good with the Reflectix is in the windows, because I was up in Flagstaff on the way back from Texas last October, and I took my Prius, and my daughter and I have some foam mattresses, and I put them in the back of the Prius, and then we put the Reflectix. I cut all around for the windows, and I turned on the heat, and we were warm, up in Flagstaff, and it was like 29
Mhm.
degrees. We were warm until like 5 o'clock in the morning. It started getting a little chilly, but smaller space is easier to heat. I've learned that, but yeah, I'll have to do that. I'll have to cut that out, and I can put the little bits of liquid nails or something in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I put about 2 or 3 coats on it. I thought I'm never gonna get any leaks.
Really.
Yeah, make sure because regular liquid nails will make spots in the fiberglass, so you have to get the liquid nails that's made for composite
foam.
materials like fiberglass. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I did that one time in my Toyota where I tried to glue on, and it ate right through the foam.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I
yeah.
know that there's 2 different kinds.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah,
So-
I remember. I was like, what the heck happened to this? Look at this piece of foam. It had all eaten it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could you sand it? Could you sand the Henrys and just make it rough? Or you're saying cut it out?
No, the Henry's, what the composition of it does not allow anything to stick to it. So
Yeah.
you can't,
Yeah.
the chemical composition doesn't allow anything to stick. So yeah, you'd either have to peel it off
But,
or you'd have to cut out squares or holes and do it that way.
but
Maybe
how
I
weird
could
is
use a
that?
chisel?
It'll stick to your roof, but you can't stick things to it.
Right.
Right. Right.
That's what I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
You can lay it down over like Dicor and
Yeah.
certain types of caulk,
seals it. Yeah.
but once it's cured, nothing will stick to it. So that's why we had to do all the prep and lay down all of the caulk around all of his vents and everything before we rolled the Henrys on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's a good thing that Jamie put the fans on before I did the Henrys on
Oh
the
my
top
God.
of my RV.
yeah,
Because I mean, you live and learn, I guess, by trial and error,
yeah.
So,
Okay, so if I could have Fairy Dust come up, and again, Van, if you want to come up, there's the link, so we can address this more instead of chat rolling over each other. Because obviously, Van, you're very knowledgeable because you built it. It's everything in there, okay? And Fairy Dust she wants to do all that. So Fairy Dust, if you could come up, I'd appreciate that, so you can ask your question directly. And I don't think there's anybody more knowledgeable, on this panel and besides Van and Backroads Nomad about solar and hooking things up. I don't know if Badge probably went sideways because he hates us lithium guys. Yeah, so sorry, Badge. No, he's still here. He's still lurking. Okay. But no, I understand him. It's totally good. We're good friends, and I'd hope and that I had some money and I blew it.
Yeah, Fairy Dust. The padding depends on if it's the fiber type padding or if it's the rubber. The rubber really won't do anything, but the fiber stuff will give you, like a R1.5, maybe 2 of insulation.
Yeah.
It's not a lot, but
That's
it's
more
better
of a
than nothing.
sound.
It's better. Yeah, it's more of a sound deadening, but it's better than standing on bare metal, but
right.
it doesn't do a lot for insulation. The one good thing it is good for is like in a van where they have the ribs in the floor. If you lay that padding down and then screw plywood over top, that is a good base. Yeah, to keep the waves from from your feet
Coming
from
through.
going into those grooves.
That's what I was going to put on the bottom of my pickup truck because I found a big roll on the side of the road. It was all
great.
wrapped up, a brand new one. Yeah, I have a whole big roll of it in my garage. But I used insulation. I put that down first before I put wood down.
Yeah.
In the truck,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So styrofoam is less insulative properties than closed cell foam, polyfoam, the pink stuff. So you could have a 1 inch of pink and 2 inches of styrofoam, and the 1 inch was more. It's better. Yeah.
Right.
So
Or the purple stuff, the
yeah,
purple.
you want it dense. You want the dense stuff. And
You want
most
the
of the
closed
times
cell,
it's
yeah.
reflective on one side too.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, you want the more dense stuff.
Yeah, the purple is
yeah.
what I put in my Toyota, but I didn't do the ceiling, because I had a little Toyota motorhome, but I
You're
didn't
in
do the
Arizona.
ceiling.
How could you not do the ceiling?
Well, I can't do a lot of above my head work because I have degenerative discs in my neck and it really bugs the heck out of me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So-
You gotta lay down on that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
but Fairy Dust wants to do a lot in her van, and so does Laureen here at Traveling with Disability. She's got a bigger, what would you call it? A shuttle bus, I think it is, or a full bus. She's going to do the whole 9 yards too. Yeah.
The biggest problem with open cell foam too is that if you use it for insulation, you're going to get condensation from either the hot on the outside and the cool inside, or vice versa, and that foam will hold moisture where the closed cell foam does not hold moisture. So you get better insulative property from it.
So the kind without the silver stuff on the other side, that's not closed cell?
No.
Yeah,
The difference-
yeah, they have closed cell that has the silver backing.
Yeah.
On it.
Okay.
But
But
I-
styrofoam is the little tiny BB balls, and it's really squishy. You can still squish it and dent it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they
Yeah.
use for packing. You mean that, not
Well,
that
no,
stuff.
Right.
it's a solid sheet. You can buy it in
Well,
a
it's-
sheet. But
yeah.
yes.
Like those styrofoam coolers that you can buy.
Yeah,
Oh.
you don't want
But those, if you ever have one of those, if you have water in it, the water will start seeping through the styrofoam eventually.
Mhm.
So it'll
Oh.
hold moisture. Then you'll have problems with mold and mildew and all that stuff. The closed cell foam won't do that. That's the benefit. That's why they use it in home construction, because it doesn't allow moisture to get trapped in and be held in place.
Yeah, you know, I seen some foam. It was about this thick. It had the silver on the one side and the white on the other. And it must have, somebody was throwing it out, because sometimes
Yeah.
I'll find stuff and I'll repurpose it and stuff. And I went to pick it up and I was like, ugh, it was like moldy. You know, you could smell the mustiness in it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
Yeah, it
no,
was 2-inch thick. It was styrofoam.
yeah. And then I went
Not
to
worth
Home Depot one time. They had a whole bunch of it and it smelled like mold.
Yeah.
I didn't
Mhm.
realize until after I got it home. I turned around, I took it back, and I said, no, I'm allergic to mold. I can't do mold, you know. I get real sick around it. But yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out what I could do to insulate the back of the truck, so that if I take the truck, you know, that I could, you know, have it a little bit, so I can, because I have this little 5,000 BTU air conditioner. I was gonna lay the gate down and like cut a hole. I was gonna put some wood up like a door, and then cut a
Mhm.
little hole in it and put the air conditioner there and run the cord out. So if I
Be right back. Something's burning.
Okay. So if I run if I put the air conditioner there, I can just lay it on the tailgate and I can still be in the van, because like in Wisconsin, it's really super humid and hot out in the
Mhm.
summertime.
Mhm.
And I know I can't handle it, you know, because I have asthma and stuff. So I thought, well, if I put that little air conditioner right at the back, put it in, you know, make a little hole there, and then just put it in and put a little seal around it. Maybe put a little brick up underneath it, or a block of wood or something to hold it. This way I can just plug it in and then crawl in the back of the truck and I'll be cool
Right.
for a while, you know?
Well, one thing you could consider, if you wanted to pull that Henry's off the inside of the cap, Home Depot sells the spray foam kits that you could spray the whole inside the cap and the bed walls. That is a great way to insulate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they have home kits that will cover, I think they're around 300 to 400 square foot of space, and that's way more than you use in the,
That's
in
the
the bed
whole
of a
thing.
truck and cap.
But
Yeah, that's the whole.
But let me say something about
Does
that
that
though, real
foam
quick
get,
though.
like,
Linda,
big?
that's very difficult to make it smooth. Okay, it'll like it'll be all crazy. But he's right. It's a nice insulator. It'll stick to it. But
Well, what I did in the back of my buddy's Suburban, we taped off from the back seat back. We took everything out. We spray foamed it, and then we got some of that gray carpet that they use for vehicles, and you spray it. We used the Super 77 spray adhesive, and we laid that carpet on the inside. It looks really nice. And
Yeah.
he uses it for
Hey, guys.
hunting and stuff.
we got a guest. We got Van. Hi there,
Hey,
Van.
what's up?
Hey guys,
There he is.
how
Let me
you
put in the hot
doing?
seat. Yeah, welcome up. Let me throw you up here. He's got a bigger beard than I ever had. Look at that guy.
Believe it or not, I cut a foot off of it last month.
Holy moly, that's insane. Let me do this. There we go. Yeah, I was looking half that wild just a month ago. Oh my. Hey,
Yeah, I had
congratulations on that.
I had some
Yeah,
problems
yeah.
with my neck. I was having real bad neck pain, and I thought I rolled over on my beard when I was asleep or something. So I cut about 6 inches off, and I waited a couple weeks, and the pain still didn't go away. So I cut another 6 inches off, and it still
Yeah.
didn't go away. So I ended up in the hospital, and it was blood pressure.
Ouch.
So I've been going around and around with the doctors ever since.
So you in your van now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you've got 800 amp hours of battery, huh? Wow.
Yeah, AGM. So
Yeah,
you can
so
only
you got
use
four.
50%.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
$3.99, huh? Yeah, nice. Well, can you show us a little there what you got, or
Yeah,
you
sure.
didn't clean? Okay, you didn't clean. You're
Here's
good.
kind of my control center here, I guess.
She just
Just,
sneezed herself right out of here.
The fuse box. I don't know. Can I flip this thing?
Yeah, try it again.
I don't know. Trying to figure out if I can flip the camera.
I can't do it on mine. Other people, do you have an
Kind of hard
Android?
to see what I'm showing you guys.
It was good.
Uh-oh.
He's not that far away. He shouldn't have that
You
bad
there?
a connection.
Hello.
Yeah, we're here. Yep, we're
Well,
here.
We
You're
see
frozen.
ya.
There you are.
You're frozen,
You're
but
back.
we see.
Okay,
There you go.
are. Okay, there you are.
You back? Yeah,
Yeah.
so here's the dryer right here behind me.
Yep.
And then I got a wash machine below that. And refrigerator right here behind the driver seat. It's a stand-up upright made by what is it? Unique. You get them at Home Depot.
Yeah.
And it's an upright type. It's probably twice the size of like a dorm type refrigerator. So pretty good size. Big screen. I think it's like a 40-inch or something like that. Television up front. Microwave over top the passenger seat.
Okay. Okay.
And I just did cabinets, your typical cabinets and can lights and stuff in the back. And over here on this side, we've got a mid-range lights.
And this is in a
fan.
Sprinter, right? This is your mid-size Sprinter?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mid-size Sprinter. And down here, I got this countertop I can lift up. So full-size RV type stove, 3 burners, got an oven. And then there's the outside door. So I've got the sink and the faucet and your typical standard stuff here. Some shelves and stuff up top with some coffee mugs and Costco containers. I can just throw some sugar, flour, stuff like that in those. But these are really neat. I got those off of Amazon, and they fold up into seats, or you know, they lay down into beds also. So I've got 2 of those, 1 for each side.
Yeah, I saw you trying to
You
figure
guys
that
still
out on your
with me?
last video. Yeah. Yeah, we're here.
And then all the flooring has hatches. So I think you can see back there in the back, there's a hinge. So everything's hinged. I can lift up all this stuff and you can step down into a shower pan. And then that last cabinet back here, you can see I have a homemade shower curtain rod. So this just pulls out and you step down into the bed platform once you flip that up. So the shower's completely hidden, takes up no additional room whatsoever. So, you know, I pretty much have an entire house built inside this mid-size Sprinter. I even actually have another freezer on this side underneath this platform. There's an additional chest type freezer under there. So I can freeze some extra steaks and things like that won't fit in the regular freezer up front.
Wow.
So I'm ready. You know, it'll
travels.
probably 3-4 months. I could go off grid for probably 3-4 months. Stock enough food, and I got a 40-gallon water tank. So plenty of fresh water. That's centered over the axle underneath the bed. And the weights worked out pretty well. I kind of calculated everything. You can go up there to Pilot when you're checking all your weights.
Yeah.
They have commercial scales there.
Yep.
Yeah. And they, you know,
$12.
put each axle. put
Yeah.
each axle on each scale, you know, so you can check out your trailer weights and I actually did a video on that, how to go through all that stuff
Yeah.
and
I
do
did
it
it when I got
legally
the
and,
trailer.
you know.
Yeah, I did that. I did that when I got the trailer, so I know that it weighs 1,400 pounds empty. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing you can do is
Yeah,
you
it's
can
probably
go
a
through,
3,500-pound axle.
Yes. Yeah.
you can go through closed scale houses, some trucker scale houses, and it'll show you the weight when they're closed.
through the
They
window?
have the weight thing up ahead of
Oh,
you. So
okay.
when you pull on,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't know if there's one around me, but yeah, I know the scale is at the truck stop. I used
Yeah,
it.
there's none of those
Oh.
around here. In California, they have them.
Yeah. They have one that was
They just
on
use
the pull off on 80, but I don't think there's anything there.
no, they just use portable scales out of the trunk
Yeah.
of their vehicles.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Roy and Becky's Travels.
Wow. There they are. Woohoo. So yeah, Roy and Becky, I don't know if
Yeah,
you just got to see it, but that's Van in his van life. Let's see. Did he put his name up? Let me bring this down. There you are. It's just Van. But
Yeah.
that's his washer and dryer in his van. Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
40 gallons of fresh water. So I can do, 2-3 loads of laundry and still have plenty of water. So I've done it.
Oh. Now,
So
Now,
it works.
Backroads,
It's been a
even-
hell of a project because I did it all by myself. I didn't have any help. So it's been a
Backroads,
long
Kevin is
project.
kind of spoiled, right? So Kevin's kind of spoiled. He doesn't even have a washer and dryer.
No, he doesn't.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I
But-
took
but
2
I wouldn't
years
put it
off
past
of
him
work.
to try to put it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. He'd have to give up his little mini monkey though, wouldn't he? Put it in the basement there.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd work awesome. Man.
Yeah, when all the COVID stuff hit and the world flipped upside down, I just took off work for a couple of years and started this van build. And I couldn't have done it at better timing because as soon as I
No.
bought the van, the very next month, Sprinters went through the roof on price.
Oh yeah.
It's like
Oh,
they
yeah.
just went insane as soon as COVID hit. I bought
you
my
got
van and I'm sorry.
You bought it at the perfect year too, the 06, right?
Yeah, I bought the 2006 and
Yeah.
I bought it in 2019, the day after Christmas.
Wow.
So it was kind of
Merry
when COVID
Christmas
was
to
still
you.
a joke.
Yeah.
We really didn't know what COVID even was. We were kind of making jokes about it at work and then springtime came around a few months later and everybody was in a panic. So
Yeah.
it just went from 0 to 1,000 in a couple months and everybody wanted to live in a van.
Well, but
So I paid
so-
$6,000 for this van. Yeah.
wow.
And it doesn't even have 150,000 miles on it.
Well,
So
For what you
I
have
totally
in it-
scored. They were
yeah. Do you know that with you got in it, you could probably sell it for 86,000?
Oh yeah.
yeah. I mean,
more than
I
that.
still haven't found a mid-size. I haven't found a mid-size Sprinter that has as much as I do.
No,
I'm
no,
still
no.
looking.
I've never seen anything. The only guy that I was talking about earlier, now I choose to forget his name. He's in Florida. He does have a washer and dryer. He does have the deep freezer, and he has a mini split in there. So he took out his tire
Yeah.
over his axle, dropped a special cage in there, put the mini split in his bed on top of that. He has his bed running,
Right.
north and south, full length. And then he has two things on the side.
Yeah.
And your bed is up and movable, which is a single platform, which is really
Right.
cool. But he has server batteries. I think he has 3, and he has like a ton of. I think it was 15,000 amp hours. Okay,
Wow.
so that's 1,500.
Crazy.
That's 15 batteries, right?
Yeah.
Oh, already, Kenny? Sweet, buddy. So, and then he has the 1,660, 1660 is solar on his roof, dude. Yeah, he's a all but an airplane. It's just a huge deck up there.
Yeah. Yeah, I regret not going lithium, but
Yeah.
it was I kind of planned going lithium
Yeah.
later. I wanted to get everything in here, get it set up, get it wired, make sure all the shorts and any malfunctions were all worked out during construction. And then pretty much my AGMs are pretty much shot now. So lithium is the way to go long term.
Yeah.
It pays for itself to go lithium.
Well, I've seen so
'Cause
many
you
things
get,
on it that people love at a glance. The AGM is the best at a glance because it's way better than lead acid. But when something costs 3 times as much as called lithium, you're going, oh hell no, But do the math.
Right.
It's half the price of AGM, folks.
Exactly.
Half, if not.
Yeah, you need to
even
look
less.
at the cycles.
Yeah.
The cycles is that's most important. I think these were 600 or 700 cycle batteries. I got them from Renogy.
Yeah.
The big double big ones, it's like 2 in 1.
Yeah.
So they're about 120 pounds a piece. So they're monsters.
7. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and the other,
it'll be an upgrade in the future. I can get rid of all that weight. Once I go lithium, that'll drop me, probably 300 pounds. So that'll be huge. And plus I'll get a lot more power.
And with lithiums, you can get them rebuilt. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if you go and build your own, modular packs, that's even way cheaper.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you guys are opposed to Battleborn already? You think there's better out there?
Well, there's more competition now, like Lion and a few others, but there's also the off breeds that nobody knows about that might be sketchy. But building your own's the way to go. But the grayest, hardest area would be getting a board that controls everything. What's that called? Battery monitoring system, BMS.
Right.
A BMS board. And the only one that I know that really does any study and homework is that guy in Arizona. What's his name? That young kid, Will Prowse.
Will Prowse. Yeah.
He does so much studying on that stuff. It's insane. Yeah. He says he's glad that nobody can make a decent one because then he wouldn't have a channel because he's like goes, oh, this is wrong and I can fix this, or he just does a lot of homework on them. So yeah.
Oh that's I mean, the information is just overwhelming. I mean, I do this stuff for a living and it's just my hands are into everything. I wire data centers.
And even though
substations,
AGM, right? Even though you're in the industry,
well, like I said,
AGM.
Yeah, and I did so, like I said, because of construction. I didn't want to put out thousands of dollars for the van to sit here for a couple of years during construction.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
That's just kind of a kick in the head. I got $5,000 in batteries and I'm not even using them for 2 years. So, that was kind of my philosophy with it. So later this year, probably once I get back to work here soon, I'll probably go ahead and bite the bullet and probably go with Battleborn. They're a local Nevada company also. So
that's why I did it. I went down there. I walked in. I says, what do I need? And I bought 3 and they took me inside and they showed me the whole making of it. And I picked out my charge controller and a few other things and wrote up a package and I was out the door. A year and a half later, I go in there and I says, hey, can I upgrade this one here for a heated one? And they said, yeah, bring them all back. And then the big C hit. And so I didn't get to do it. But they have one of my batteries that I never even used, never took it out of the box. And I wanted to trade that one for a heated one. They now have heated ones. And I was going to put that in the middle because right under my stove, I have 21 inches. And they're 7-inch batteries. 3 times 7 is 21. They fit in there like a glove.
Right.
So if I put the heated one in between the two, I thought that's it. That's all I needed, right? Yeah.
Well, see, that's what I do with mine. Like the deck here, that my batteries are underneath this step. So as you're walking up on here to get onto the bed platform, that's where my batteries are, underneath the stove. So
yeah.
I put the batteries underneath of a step so they take up no room either.
Yeah.
And it's kind of center of the van as well, since they were so heavy.
Yeah, that's good.
But yeah, it's just Jenga. Basically, you know, if you could order a 10-inch wide microwave or a 15-inch fridge or whatever, it'd be
Yeah.
great. But
Yeah.
what is available is what's available. So it's pretty much playing Jenga. You know, you have to get this in that spot and this in that spot. And I spent 6 months on paper before I even picked up a tool. And I
Oh, yeah.
threw in the trash, I don't know how many plans, and finally got a plan and
Yeah.
started building, and it still changed.
Yeah.
You know, you
Yep.
have to change on the fly when you're trying to do something like this. It's not easy.
So Van, there's the link to Will Prowse's thing that if you wanted to the next level. I would recommend that if you're as talented as these guys are to build your battery pack, but go to Will Prowse to figure
Yeah.
out which BMS battery management system. It's a board that balances out all
Right.
these batteries. That's the next level.
I just
folks.
won't
That's-
have,
Yeah.
yeah, I won't have the time. I'm going back to work.
Yeah.
So once I go to work, I work 60, 70 hours a week. I took off a couple years to build this van and just to avoid the world. So it's worked out great because I can travel for work, and that's my plan. So now I can jump in the van and I don't have to worry about COVID, staying in a hotel.
No.
So it was just a win-win all the way around for me. And they're $200,000. I mean, I make
For
great
which?
money for a built-out Sprinter
Oh yeah.
from
yeah.
the factory.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you go to Mercedes and
yeah.
get a Sprinter, they're 200 grand.
Now
So
they're-
yeah.
I have
Yeah.
not even
Yeah.
25,000 into this. So,
Oh, okay, yeah.
you know, I'm 10%. I'm 10% of what it would cost me for one.
And you can't
And I have
buy
more.
that Sprinter for 3 wheels for 25,000. Yeah.
No.
No,
You can't find a
I know
3-wheel
what I got.
Sprinter for 25,000, dude. Yeah, it's insane.
yeah.
Yeah.
Once the DEF fuel came in to play, it's a mess. It really is. I advise everybody to stay away from the new ones.
Yeah.
We had a forklift out on the job one day, and it was a rental. You know, we rent all of our equipment, and it just kept cutting off. And we got high dollar guys standing
Yeah, we
around
got it.
waiting on this forklift, and they kept coming out. We were trying to unload a truck with it, and he came out there 3 times, and it ended up being that DEF fluid stuff. It was too
Oh.
cold for the
Oh, yeah.
forklift to run.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you
And
know what that
it's just
stuff's made out of?
insanity.
Did you read what death fuel is made out of?
Urine,
Yeah.
Pig piss.
urine.
Pee-pee.
It's pig piss. That's
Yeah.
why all the truckers call it pig piss.
Yeah. Don't get it on
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's if you buy a new diesel, and I don't know why anybody would, you do an EGR delete and get rid of that stuff right away. They
Oh,
have
yeah.
kits for them now.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but some you can't though. I have a hack for a Sprinter where you can
Yeah.
put a little what do you call them? I can't think of the word. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Bypass the sort, right?
Resistor. Put a resistor in a little coupling in there, you know, and it tricks the computer basically. The computer thinks that it's in there. So I would think it
Yeah.
would probably work for any vehicle, to be honest. And it just closes the EGR.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
yeah.
as long as you played
I-
with the resistors and got the right one, it would trick the computer. That's all it is.
I won't buy any diesel past
So-
a 7.3 Power Stroke or a 5.9 12-valve Cummins because they're not worth it.
So Ryan,
Yeah,
Becky's got
I agree. The
750 watts of solar. Sweet, buddy. Look at that. Yeah.
The
Well,
5.9
even then, you-
Cummins is a beast. That's for sure. But these Mercedes motors, I mean, many people get 1 million miles out of these motors.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's insanity. run and run and run and run. So-
Hello.
I'm a do-it-yourselfer. I put a fuel filter on it today. You know, I changed the oil last week. I'm going to do a tranny service. And, you know, it's just general maintenance as long as you keep up on that stuff. As long as you're not scared to get a little dirty, anybody can do this.
I thought so too.
And
Yeah, it's a matter of going
And
through it.
maybe-
Now, Van,
Well,
this gentleman here just graduated to be a mechanic. But
Hello,
there-
Kenneth.
Yeah,
Hey, Backroads, how are you?
and
Good.
Kenny, that's Van.
Van,
One,
how's it going, buddy?
going good. Nice to meet you. You're new because I don't believe I've ever met you before.
Yeah.
No,
So
well,
nope. I've
Well, a lot
only
of
got a
people
few
don't-
hundred subscribers.
Oh,
Well, a lot of people don't
Subscribers. I got a
realize
few hundred.
is that
Yeah.
diesels are actually easier to work on than gas engines, and
Yeah.
people are scared. by
They
them.
are. They're messier.
Yep.
but
They're
why
Yeah.
do they
messier,
charge
but
you
they're
so much
definitely
more?
easier.
See, that's
They
straight up
char-
BS.
They charge you more because
'Cause it's-
people don't know
Yeah.
that it's easier to work on them. So people think there's some mystical engine, and so they charge more.
Yeah, and it's a specialty.
diesel fuel.
Period.
Diesel fuel is cheaper to produce. It's
I know.
the waste from producing gasoline. So
All
that's
PDOS.
cheaper to produce, yet it costs more.
Yeah.
Diesel engines have fewer parts to operate and last longer, and they're easier to work on. But because people think they're so mysterious, they charge you up the wazoo for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our diesel here is over 550.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's
And-
almost
Yeah.
it's almost $6
That's about
here
what we were
in
here.
California.
There's Williams.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, but it's just a specialty the way I see it. I mean, anybody can get a job in a warehouse throwing boxes, but you know, if you become a mechanic or a plumber or electrician, it's a specialty. So that's what a diesel is, in my opinion. So they get
Yep.
more money for diesels. It's a specialty.
Yeah.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, they are easier. It's not much to them. It's just
No.
a turbo blowing air, and you know,
It's
it's
a
not
matter
much
of
to
how many
them.
wrenches you need to turn on. Yeah, you just
Well,
take it apart, put it back together.
when I tell people that your fuel pump is actually the distributor and there's no spark plugs, they're like, what? How does that work? It's like, it's pressure. It's not internal ignition. It's pressure. And the fuel pump is your timing for
Yeah.
your, you know, it's,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just, I would rather work on a diesel all day
Yeah, I
long
like-
than a gas engine.
And
So
so
like
would
when they
mechanics.
tell you
'cause
to
they
change
can
your
charge
spark
you more.
plugs, and you say, "I don't have spark plugs."
Yeah.
Well, must be
Yeah.
your spark plugs. Yeah, you're not getting any spark.
Well, that's my favorite. That's my favorite
I know.
decal that I have is real trucks don't have spark plugs.
But they got blinker fluid, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if any of you guys follow Chad from Living the Van Life, but he just bought a 2022
I do.
Sprinter that he built out himself,
Yeah.
and he had all kinds of front end suspension problems in Utah.
Yeah.
Bolts that were loose, and he lost one or two of them. Had to replace them. Had to try to find and replace them. And that was a brand new, I mean, less than 8,000 mile Sprinter,
off
and he's
the
already
shelf.
got front.
Hey,
Right.
Adventures of Moon Man. Hey, Down Under Cruisers, Roy and Becky.
So their fuel is 215 per liter, and a liter is 3.8. So that is $8.17 a gallon, folks. So shut
Wow.
your pie hole. Yeah. Yeah. Because
Jeez.
Europeans are like that too. It's crazy. And
Mhm.
oh yeah. In the house. Look at this. There she is.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. And I just wanted to say real quick, thank you for you gentlemen there who has all the information that's going to help me learn and
Yeah.
build my van. And thank you, Backroads, for suggesting the Nissan. I have never even thought of something like that. But if that's going to help me more reliable on the road, I'm definitely going to look into it.
And they're easy to work on because they don't have the doghouse inside. It's the engine is out front. They're not
Correct.
They're kind of funny looking because it's not what we're used to, but that's what I would go with.
I like
It's-
funny looking, but yeah.
it's something you can work on.
Yeah, they're a lot easier to work on without the doghouse inside.
Yeah.
Doghouse
Dakota
inside.
Dakota Lithium are the other batteries I was talking about, Camp Thor.
Yeah. They've been a long dog on the block. They need an upgrade though.
How would you put a doghouse in a camper?
It's just the way we do it.
Most of your vans
That's how we roll.
have the doghouse cover
Yeah.
on the inside.
He's joking.
Even that 85 does.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, they're cussed to get out. Yours is probably bigger, Kenny. Yeah.
That's what she said.
Holder downers. Yep. Oh, she in the right chat. Yeah.
I'm in the right chat. I
There
just
we go.
behaved tonight.
Oh yeah. Well, Ron, I don't know if Ron stepped out, but Ron was here. He said he's not going live, but this has been my time slot for a while, but I don't know how long we'll last. As long as we got a new gentleman here, and we got a little crazy Kenny over there, motorboat buddy.
Yeah.
Kenny,
We
I've been
dropped his
working
links. We dropped.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Kinder
we
Kenny,
dropped
as
his
we call him.
links.
with it. Okay.
The corn cobbler.
Oh, snap. Here, let me put you up there and you can poke at him now. Oh yeah. So those. Yeah. Now, what I've seen about those back roads is that they are an older technology, and they were like the first like Gold Zero. So
Mhm.
Gold Zero was the first ones on the block, and they would charge you an arm and a leg. And it's
Mhm.
like what's the other Renogy? Yeah, the Renogy solar panels were like $250 for 100 watts. You're going,
Yeah.
okay. There's still 120 for one. Maybe Sean
Yeah.
has something to say about it. They don't know anything about the sun
Zamp,
down there.
Zamp's another one, but
Yeah,
We don't
Dakota-
know very
Dakota's
much
got
about the
some-
sun down here.
yeah.
yeah, Dakota Lithium's got some new stuff that's just come out, and they're
Okay.
coming out with some more new
Okay.
stuff. So
Yeah.
So I do have a question though,
Okay, spit.
because I've been wanting to learn about like solar panels, boondocking, and things like that, because we have a 27.5-foot travel trailer.
Nice.
If I wanted it to run like just my general appliances, how do you know how much is good to put on top of your trailer?
You do a watts survey of how much you would actually consume.
Okay.
mhm.
So on the back of every appliance, it'll either say watts, or it'll have your amps that it uses, and that's times your voltage, which equals power, which is watts.
Okay.
So if you're like your toaster or your coffee pot's like either 900 to 1200 watts, your microwave is 1200 watts or so, and you keep adding those up. So you go 1200 watts, but you're not going to run a toaster for a freaking hour. So
Right,
normally
right.
we calculate that in watt hours. So you're going to use it for 5 minutes. You might use it 5 times a day. So let's just say 30 minutes. So half an hour. So it's not 1200 watts then, it's only 600 watts.
Okay.
So see where the math comes in?
Yeah.
So you add all that up and you say, okay, I'm going to consume 4,000 watts in a day. Okay. So that you're not going to say, I'm not going to have 4,000 watts of solar. I mean, that's insane, right?
Right.
So you have to have that in batteries. So as I was saying earlier, you want 200 watts of solar to 100 amp hours of batteries.
Okay.
Okay. So whatever that calculates out to be is how much you'd consume out of a battery. Now, a 100 watt battery or 100 amp hour battery is 1200 watts. Okay. So if you're using 4,000 watts, you'd need 4 100 amp hour batteries. Okay. Now that's a huge number. That's a huge number.
right.
Okay. But you would also have solar coming in all day long, right? So you might not need fourth battery. Okay.
Gotcha.
Because this is where you could say, oh, I'm going to run that off of solar. Well, you're not running anything ever off of solar. Okay. You're running it through the batteries.
Okay.
Okay. But if you have 400 watts of batteries and you're using, 300 watts of power, you are running 100% off the solar, but it has to go through the battery. So you with me?
Yep.
So I have 1,100 watts of solar on my roof, but my air conditioner is only 300 watts. So I will be running off of solar. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. But it has to go through the batteries.
Okay.
Okay.
That was going to be my next question is,
Yeah.
so with that being said, with my big trailer, do I
Yeah.
buy a generator just for the air conditioning,
Okay.
or do I use my battery power to supply the whole RV?
So the saddest part on a regular
Shut up.
RV, huh? So the saddest part
That
on
all
a regular
depends on
RV
fuel prices.
is they have a 12,000, 13, 15, 20,000 BTUs of power sucking ACs. The most inefficient piece of equipment ever created by man, probably, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Because you cannot run that off of even like 600 amp hours of batteries. It's overwhelming how much power that consumes. So as our buddy up here, his buddy put a mini split on. So instead of using 13,000 amp hours, or watts, he's using 300, 400, 500 watts, because the efficiency of a mini split is like a little window air conditioner.
Okay.
So would you rather run one that can put out just as much at 300 watts or 1,300 watts? It's just insane amount how inefficient the top ACs are.
Okay.
Is that right, Mr. Backroads?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go down
Yeah.
to drop that link for Crystal too, in case you didn't see it. So I'm gonna drop that link for Will Prouse.
Oh, they got it in there. Kenny, can you just copy that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's in there.
What link we talking about?
Will Prouse is up in the chat. So
Well,
I
that,
dropped
Yeah,
the
the-
link, and
Yeah.
that
The
helped
other-
me try to understand, because he went 101 class on your solar and your battery and the cable that you need and the amps and how you deal with the watts and all of that.
Right.
So it helped me a bit, but I still got to study this.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I
the
think
other
that's
thing,
simple terms. So go ahead there.
the other thing you have to consider too is, like for instance, when I was first in my first van, I had a dorm size refrigerator that drew 60 watts of power. So it was equivalent to a 60-watt light bulb of power, but it's not running continuously. It's doing it in cycles.
Right.
So you have to buy an inverter. I had one inverter that was a 100-watt inverter that was dedicated to my refrigerator that was tied into my coach batteries at the time. What I do is I don't buy the big 2,000 or 3,000 watt inverters. I buy smaller inverters so that I don't have one inverter running everything in case something happens to it. I have a dedicated 100 for this, or I have a dedicated 75, or I have 3 inverters. I have 1,100, a 750, and a 400. That will power everything that I need. And that way, if something happens to one of them, I have a redundancy. But you have to know how many watts you're, like a 1,500 watt blender, let's say, or hair dryer. You have to have at least 2,000 watt inverter to run something that's pulling that many watts of power.
Right.
Gotcha.
okay.
So
Phew.
the best thing to do is to see how many amps each appliance is pulling, because if you have 200 amp hours of battery and you're only using, let's say, 60 amp hours in your appliances, you have more than enough battery to run that. And like G said, you're not going to be running, you're not going to run a blow dryer continuously. You might run it for 5 or 10 minutes
Right.
and then shut it off.
Or
So
if it's warm
when
up,
you're
just go
looking,
outside.
right, when you're looking at, if something says that it's using, let's say 15 amp hours, that means it's using 15 amps per hour. So you're not going to be using it for an hour straight. That's just giving you an idea how many amps it's pulling. So if you had a 100 amp hour battery at 15 amps, you got more than enough battery to run that appliance.
Yes. 10
If you have a blender that pulls, say, let's say it pulls 20 amps, you're going to use that blender to blend something for maybe 2 to 3 minutes, 5 minutes at the most, and then it's going to be off. So it's not going to really drain your battery. So you have to look at your amps as well to determine how many amps are going to be used out of your battery. So you know how much solar you need to refresh that battery and keep it topped up,
Okay.
especially if it's lead acid or AGM.
Okay. We're just
Because
trying to get things like rolling,
Right.
because eventually
Right.
in three more years, we're going to be able to travel the world. And that's kind of what we want to do, is just travel and sightsee and all my kids are going to be out of the house, hopefully, knock on some wood, college, wherever.
Well,
So,
And
Crystal,
well,
and like we're-
have you met this gentleman right here, though? He can
I
help you
sure
with your travel.
Yeah, hi,
have.
Sean.
Okay.
hey folks,
Hi.
I was just going to ask Crystal if she was planning to have her RV do the ocean.
Only
Can't
on a
travel the
boat.
world, girl.
Only on a boat. Oh, okay.
Only on the boat.
Okay.
We're on a boat.
You know, I could park it, put it in storage, and hop on a boat for 21 days somewhere.
Bada bing.
I'd rather get on a ship. It's much more comfortable.
Well, that too.
Yeah, because you use the boat to get to the ship, right?
Correct.
I'm just going to play the
Absolutely.
lottery and hit multi-million dollars and buy my own yacht and travel the world.
there you go.
Except for you don't
Yeah.
want to bring a saltwater place up here to non-salt water. Wouldn't be too good for your boat.
Yeah.
Actually, there's some
The-
really good RVing around Australia too. If you
Oh, yeah.
guys got
Oh yeah.
Caravanning, buddy.
Yeah.
Right?
That's where overlanding originated, was in Australia.
Oh, it's still there. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
I would love to travel.
America stole that term from the Aussies. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we called it off road, but now all of a sudden it's overlanding.
yeah.
Yeah. And we're importing those Toyota Land Cruisers.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Van, what state are you in?
Nevada.
Oh, you're in Nevada too. Okay, I didn't hear that.
He's my southern neighbor, I just heard.
Oh, awesome.
Yep.
Do you ever go to Quartzsite, Arizona?
I haven't. I just now finished this build.
Oh, that's
So
right. You were working on that.
I'll probably get down there next year.
Yeah.
Great.
Finally, come up.
Now,
Yeah, and as
I
far as
just quickly
the
wanted to say-
refrigerator, I would
Yeah.
add to that. It's 12 volt is a way better way of going when you're going to purchase a refrigerator instead of even having to deal with an inverter. Because if the inverter goes out, all your food is spoiled for one. And
Yeah,
just
12
I like that
connections and less stuff is just less problems.
Right.
So I would
question
advise
is-
going with a 12 volt refrigerator. It's going to cost you a few $100 more for sure. It's, a lot cheaper to just buy a couple $100 dorm room 120, and it's probably going to cost you $1,000 for something like what I have. That's actually exactly what mine was, but it's an upright. It's more like a house refrigerator. It's got the upper freezer on the top. I think it's 6 cubic feet, if I recall. So, it's 2-3 times the size of a dorm size. It's about 5 foot tall and,
Yeah.
holds a lot of stuff. But it
Well, I like
draws
your
nothing,
freezer idea.
literally. And,
Yeah.
So a question I've got is
the only thing
how
that
much
can go bad is just the fuse. Basically, you're hooked directly to the battery.
Yeah.
how much actual items
ahead.
are there that are 12 volt?
Oh,
Well, they're
there's a
hard to
lot.
find. But yeah, there's a lot.
I'm sorry.
His stuff, he's got a lot of 120.
There's 12 volt ovens. There's 12 volt refrigerators. I mean, there's a lot of 12 volt items out there.
Yeah.
Well, what about that
televisions.
freezer?
I couldn't find a smart television that was 12 volt. So I would have went with a 12 volt television, but I couldn't find one that was smart.
Yeah. Well, you just
But
have to be smarter than
I'd
me.
advise go everything 12 volt.
There's it's not
But anything you
it's-
can go 12 volt versus 120 volt, it just avoids a lot of hassle. All your lighting,
Oh.
stick to all 12 volt lights. All that stuff is just direct right to the battery, and you don't need
Yeah.
an inverter.
Yeah.
So every time you change electricity, you're losing efficiency. So when you go
Yeah.
from 12 volts to 120 volts, it's it's not just a matter of changing it and you still got the same amount. You lose, I think it's 10 to 15%,
Yeah.
you know, so
Yeah,
you've lost a lot of
yeah.
power just making that power.
Well, you have the inverter that's pulling power before you're even using the appliance. So you're losing power through the inverter and power from the appliance itself.
Right. Yeah.
But
and that's
one
even if
thing
the
I will
inverter's
say-
not doing anything. Just if you got the inverter on and it's
Right,
not,
right.
you know, supplying power to anything, it's still burning, you know, watt hours. So if you can avoid the inverters altogether, it's best. And you can
Yeah.
even get a propane refrigerator. You know, they still make those. That's an
Yeah.
efficient way to go, you know, get around it as well.
Yeah. One thing that I
Everything
do
in my
tell
van is
people-
electric besides my cooking.
Yeah. So here's
one-
really
So
here's two.
I just can't stand cooking on electric in
Van?
even in a house. I got natural gas.
Yeah, no. Electric cooking stuff.
So guys, here's really two refrigerators: the Alpacool and the Ico or Iceco. They're really good. They're really good. I
Yeah.
think this one makes them a little bit cheaper and smaller, but the Icecos are good. I have a
Yeah.
winter fridge. They're really good. So
Yeah.
they're pretty big. And I like it.
Yeah.
But if I know what I know now, I would have got a 2-zone. Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
really
Winter-
wanted to know
Winter
about
was
that
just recently
freezer.
bought out by Iceco.
Who did? Alpa?
Winter was recently bought out by Iceco.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
Um,
What comes down to the
one thing-
compressor that's inside, I forget the name of it, but the compressor is what it is. There's a
Yeah.
certain, I forget the name of it, but it's that, and mine has that type of compressor.
Yeah.
So
called
it's
Dan.
just
The,
an extremely
Danfoss
efficient
compressor.
compressor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Danfoss are the best.
So
best
they're
ones.
just, they've been
And the
around
average-
forever. They've been tested.
Yeah.
So they're
And they last.
very reliable,
they
very
last the
efficient.
longest.
The,
They
the
last the
average
longest through rolling
RVer,
earthquakes.
you guys, it's not like you guys go grocery shopping for a month at a time.
No.
It's like
No.
what, every 14 days? Like, so that way, because you plan like dumping and things like that. If you have to pull out, if you're pulling a rig or something like that. So it's not like you need a lot of refrigerator, freezer room, would you say, to
Right.
store groceries? I mean, it depends on how much storage you have too, you know?
Correct.
Yeah.
When
Like I said, I have a chest type freezer underneath my bed platform, so I can freeze lots of stuff in there as far as meats and things like that. And you know, then I have an additional freezer here and a, you know, full-size fridge here. It's, you know, close to 5 feet tall. So I have lots of, you know, space for food and freezer space. So, I mean, I could probably go a
Guys
couple
like
months,
to eat,
honestly,
okay?
if I was by myself.
You know, my husband can eat a whole sheet cake in like 2 days. So, like,
Well,
trust me.
don't get him started, but he'll be talking about all the cheesecakes he's made. Yeah, you don't want to hear it because he's good at it. Yeah, good stuff. Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, you still got dry goods. You know, you can have soups and,
Right.
you know,
right.
the cabinet's just full of dry goods. So,
Well,
I mean,
I would
I
need all
could
that
easily
storage for,
make it a
like, my
couple months, I
clothes.
think, in here with just food.
Yep. That's how I roll.
Well, I've got
My
a
fridge in
washer and
the
a
house,
dryer.
I'm single. It's clear full. It's clear full. It's packed. Oh, who'd we lose?
fairy dust. Most of
My biggest issue is water.
12-volt. Most of the 12-volt freezers you can use as a fridge freezer, as a fridge, or as a freezer. So you can control them.
Yeah.
How you want to do it. When I first started in my van, I bought 2 of the Dometics when they first were coming out. And they were over $3,000 each. And I had one for freezer and I had one for refrigerator. So I had 2 of them in the van. and it worked perfect for me. But it was an expensive investment.
Got you. Yeah.
And the chest type freezers and refrigerators are more efficient because when you open up the door, the cold falls to the bottom versus like a house type. But, you know, I have a chest freezer in my house, and if I want a pack of hot dogs out of there, every time they're always at the bottom. So you got to unload the whole damn freezer to find it. So I just wanted an upright freezer. So that's everybody's.
So then, that doesn't make it very efficient. Then
you
does
choose
it?
to. Right. So I chose the other direction. I went the opposite of a lot of people. My water heater is a tank type. Everybody gets, you know, the type that you hook up and it's endless hot water. But if you look into those, it's endless hot water at what, 90 degrees? You know, that's not hot water to me. I'm a construction worker. You know, I want hot water.
Right.
So I put a 20 gallon tank type regular electric residential water heater, which is I'm setting on right now. That's under here.
You're lagging, Ron. You're
So
lagging
that's
a
a
lot.
20 gallon.
We can't hear
20
you.
gallons of hot water just sitting there. And I don't think it's any less efficient. I mean, you can just hit the breaker and turn it off. Once the water's hot, it's hot.
Yeah.
So I can just turn the breaker off and I got 20 gallons of hot water sitting there all day. You know, it's not going to go cold immediately. So I can heat up the water while my solar's good. During the day, I'm bringing in a lot of power. So I can heat up that hot water and then just turn the breaker off. So it doesn't have to keep it hot. It can just sit there. So I went the opposite of a lot of people. I kind of think outside the box.
You got airbags on that thing?
Have what?
Airbags on your suspension? Did you have to beef up your suspension?
No.
And
No.
what's your weight limit? Are you
I'm
maxed
within
out?
weight.
Okay.
I've been up to the scales. Yeah, I'm pretty close. I think I had about 800 pounds left,
I got to check
which
on
is
something.
500 pounds for tongue weight if I pull a trailer, and 300 pounds of cart for cargo, which isn't a whole lot, but I'm maxed out. I got a lot of stuff in here, but I wanted a home. I didn't want a van, so it's all in what you want.
Right.
I wanted
That
to be
makes
able
a
to wash clothes. If I want to wash clothes, I want to wash clothes. I want to take a shower. I take a shower. I want hot water in my shower. So it's all in what you want. You can just throw a bed in the van and go. But, I'm too old for that shit.
Aren't
Been
we
there,
all?
done that.
We
I want a little bit of a luxury.
So we just upgraded from like a pop-up because we were just starting out, and then I had a major back surgery and I'm like, I need a more comfortable bed. So we upgraded to the travel trailer. Well, when we bought it, the people were like, yep, there's nothing wrong with it, blah 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 blah. You can pull out, go, it's all ready to go. BS. We literally had a roof leak, so we had to find where the roof leak is. We thought we got it. Roy and Becky came over and saw it. We ripped up the whole flooring, redid our whole flooring, all new braces, a whole outer wall, everything. The damn roof still leaks. And I was smart,
holes in the
though.
roof are never good.
No,
I don't
and
advise
think
it. I put a ladder rack on my van for holding ladders. And then I use this stuff we use at work. It's called Unistrut. You can buy it at Home Depot or Lowe's in the electrical section. And you can just build off the ladder rack and frame whatever size area you want with bolts and hardware. And, I just built a frame for all the solar panels. So I have no holes in my roof whatsoever, except for one just for the wiring to come down to the controller. So it's pretty much leak proof.
Nice.
I
We
didn't
think
like the
ours is
idea of
around
putting
the,
4 screws in every panel up there. That's just nuts. You're looking for trouble.
Yeah, ours is around the AC unit, we think. So
Yeah,
It could be your AC unit leaking, not the roof.
true.
Yeah, condensation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I put
Well,
that,
like
was it Buell tape or whatever down before I
Yep.
set my AC, because I put an AC unit in here too. Cut the hole in the roof and did all that. So, but I haven't had any leaks with it. Everything's been fine. I just used that tape.
Butyl.
And I
You
put a
two are
Max
making me
Air
hungry down
Max
there.
Air vent in the back.
Oh, we can fix that. How come you're all dolled up? Look at you.
I just blow dried my hair.
Took it to another level. Look at
Kind of
you.
Now-
like the bald spots.
Oh.
Now, Ron, you didn't ask me that question. I blew dried my hair as well. Look what happened.
Yeah, straight off the top.
I was,
Amy, come on up.
I was
Hey,
trying
Amy.
to share my ice cream with you, Sean.
Yeah, reach over.
I always use a straightener on my beard, but my beard is crazy today because I didn't do it.
All right, what is that?
I tried, but
Hey,
it just
Kenny.
all came out.
Look at this big old package.
Oh, wow.
I got snail mail today.
What's in that, Crystal?
Wow.
You have to tune in on Tuesday to find out.
Tune in on Tuesday. Look at you.
Yeah.
Crystal,
If your AC is leaking, I would suggest pull up the AC unit and get some butyl tape, lay the butyl tape down, screw it back down,
Yep.
and then die-core over the screws.
Okay. Okay. For
We
sure.
do
And
this
if it
now
still
and then.
if it
Right.
still leaks, then that means there's probably somewhere inside the AC unit that is either corroded or rotted, and it's allowing water to get in.
Okay.
Annie.
Yo.
Oh, we could have just hollered boobs.
You could have
and he
just
would
left
look in
him
a
as
hurry.
is. Seriously.
What are you doing, Kenny?
Hey, Kenny.
I'm actually playing a golf game on my tablet.
That
Kenny,
golf
quick-
game again.
Quick question,
Yeah,
Kenny.
he's looking at Tinder again. We know what's going
How was
on.
your sleep this morning?
Oh, my sleep was good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It
right.
was
was at-
Ron's
after
live that
one.
he fell asleep on, guys.
Ron,
okay.
it was after the show, not during
Uh-huh.
the show.
Sean,
But
that text I sent you, I sent it to Kenny first.
Looky here, looky here. RV Grandma.
Hey, RV
Oh,
Grandma.
I'm seriously gonna have to we have to pull it off this year because I need to
What?
look at it. I want to fix it right because I don't want to have to keep ripping up a floor, buying new flooring and everything
yeah,
else.
yeah.
Not with the price of lumber now. No way.
Oh heavens, no.
I've gone through 4 RVs and travel trailers, and every single one had a leak in the roof.
Yeah,
Every single one.
yeah.
They're garbage.
That's why people buy buses and cargo trailers and shuttle buses.
That's me. I'm buying my bus.
And I was talking about him, and he just left. Yeah. No, people that have been doing this a while.
Well, that's
they
why I
buy-
also built my own.
Yeah.
Everything you
but
buy
here's the
today is just junk.
Garbage. Yep.
Here's
And
the
let-
thing.
let-
Every time
Yeah.
I talk to anybody about buying a bus, they always tell me I'm on the wrong side of the road.
Bonk, bonk. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
thing with my bus is I'm gonna kind of make it plug and play, because if something happens to the bus itself,
Yeah.
I'll be able to unbolt everything and just
Yeah.
put it over to a new bus, because I'm handicapped. I can't move, like hire people or have people do it for me every time there's something
Yeah.
going on. And I have to have the lift and the wheelchair, the solar for the electric wheelchair to charge it and everything. And then I have an oxygenator for my respiratory, and I'm like, I have to be prepared. I can't get overheated or anything. So
Yeah.
Well, I think we can have Roy and Becky come to Michigan and they can come help me fix my roof. Roy,
There
that
you
sounds
go.
like a really good plan.
Georgie,
Yeah.
I want
Is
you
it
to do
time?
me a favor.
What's her name?
I want you to keep that Tim guy right where he is.
Wait, I got it.
Oh,
No,
throw him
no.
some dog.
Where's he at? Where's he at?
Duke's,
Keep
Duke's
Throwing
right
that
here.
thing at
Come
me.
next to me, over that way.
I got my camera on a stand, so we can't see Duke, but I got this right there. Go get it.
I'm
Ta-da.
back, Tim. Gotta go through me, Tim.
I may
Yeah.
have to wait for
No, it's
Rowan
going
Becker to
behind
come
me.
this way.
Yeah, Rowan Becker, get on up.
BRN. Who is BRN?
This guy.
Yeah,
That's BRN.
that's Backroads Nomad. How you doing,
Back
everybody?
roads, I've never met you yet.
Good.
Hey,
Oh, come
I'm
on.
Brain.
Seriously.
Seriously.
Yeah. I posted about my orange and mango cheesecake that I made 3 weeks ago.
Orange and mango.
Yep.
There you go, Tim.
You
I
were
love
talking
making
about
homemade
gas,
cheesecakes.
so I'm
They're the
asking
best.
you a question about that.
What about his gas?
We need
Is
to-
it bodily
we need to
gas or is it
we need to
natural
make that
nature
shine.
gas?
He's silly.
Yeah.
What gas are you talking about?
Bodily or Mother Nature?
Mother Nature.
Yeah. Natural gas.
Well, there's two types of natural gas. There's Mother Nature natural gas and there's bodily natural gas.
Yeah.
All of the above.
Yeah. Don't get too silly. Just
Or
work it out,
something.
buddy. Work it out. Anyhow. Oh.
So George, when you were talking about full watts on
That's the lady who
a
wants
vehicle,
less.
I have my Class C RV, and
Yes.
you've camped in that, and
Yes.
we did pretty good on 2 AGM batteries.
Yes.
That was only 252 125 amp hour batteries, but you can only take it down to 125.
Right.
And then I have to fire up the generator. But
Right.
however,
Oh,
I put in the Victron, the BMV smart meter, and I tested everything on amp draws, and I put that down, and I think for my RV, I would need less than 1,500 solar amp hours or solar watts up top, and less than 500 amp hours of batteries. Would that be correct?
Yeah, and that's a 3-to-1 ratio. And if you're traveling a lot, I would recommend that because you never know. You'd be 3 days of rain and you'd have to be running the generator all day long just to get your batteries back up. But with 1,500 and 500 is more than enough. Yeah.
And that would run everything in my RV, including the refrigerator and the AC.
Oh yeah, all day and night. Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
So that's the thing is with the Electron smart meter, I turned everything off and only ran one appliance at a time, and I read how many amp hours or what it's using, wrote that down, and that's how I came up with my equation.
Okay, wow.
With my Class C RV.
Yeah. And that's a lot because Backroads, Kevin had 600 amp hours, right? Or did he have more?
600 amp hours of battery. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember how much solar he had?
1320 or 1360, somewhere around there.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And he
So,
ran
yeah,
his
that-
mini split and his CPAP with that. No
Right.
problem.
And that's only a 2-to-1. So 1,200 and 600.
Mhm.
Yeah. So Tim, you're going 3-to-1 at 15 and 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's I prefer 3-to-1 because you don't know the weather. And
Correct.
I'm not a generator fan. Okay. And at 3-to-1, you're going to probably always be more than topped off.
Well, here's the thing. If you're boondocking,
Yes.
because when I went across the US, when I first got my RV,
Yeah.
I
30
always
some.
knew I was going to be most likely plugged into a RV park.
Sure.
And very seldom would I boondock. And the problem is I didn't care because I'm driving and I'm charging my batteries,
Exactly.
my 2 batteries all day long while I'm driving 6 to 8 hours a day. It worked perfect. However, if you're boondocking for a long time, if you're in tree coverage and you're not getting your solar, you're not going to charge up those batteries as quick as you want. So your 3-to-1, like you're talking about, is excellent for that. Or if you go to the 2-to-1, even if you're in tree coverage area, yeah, you can still do it, but you have to move around a little more.
Yeah, like Backroad said, he'd rather have over panel, like you just said, because then you can park in the shade and you still ambient light's going to charge them up. But if you're at 2-to-1 or 1-to-1, no, you got to be having extra panels out in the sunlight. You're gonna have to be roasting your RV because you can't park in the sun all day long. And that's the oxymoron of having it, you know. Yeah.
Yep.
So I would always, if you can, I'd have some extra solar panels that you can put out, because if you're in a hot day, yeah, you're gonna want to park that RV in the shade.
That's what I got. Suitcase panels that I have a long lead for way out, so I can park under a tree.
But
that works, Lorraine. It definitely.
But you can
works.
also, if you had so much solar panel on there, like 1,600 watts, 2,000 watts, you know, that's going to be shade covering, and there's that so much power, so you can crank your AC, and it's like, yeah, does it really matter that you're in the sun? If you're, I don't know. I'd rather not be, but that's why I went 3-to-1.
Okay, I have a question. The solar panels, there's I think 3 different types of solar panels. One's monocrystalline. Something starts with a P.
Yeah,
polycrystalline.
Yeah.
And then Camping with the Kellys, they actually use the one that's flexible.
Yeah.
And the flexible ones, out of all those 3, which is the best ones to use?
I'll let Backroads answer that. Yeah. So how I keep it straight is mono is more better, and poly is poor. P for poor, mono for more better. And the flexibles, you're going to pay 2 to 3 times more for them. If you're moving them about, or if they're not mounted right, they're going to not but last a year to 2 years. I've never heard anybody have them last more than 2 years.
Okay.
So, yeah. But that's the old school. That's the really flimsable, not these suitcase ones that are coming out.
No. I was talking the flexible.
Right.
Camping with the Kellys,
exactly.
Jason and Candace, they did the flexible all over the roof of their RV.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend those.
And they die-cord it and sealed them to the roof or something like that.
So, you're I forget who it is. It's a guy in Canada, lives off of Vancouver area. But what he did, and I'd done this before too, is if you're going to use the flexible ones, glue them to corrugated plastic, or rivet them, or somehow attach them to corrugated plastic. That's like those little the signs or the billboards for political things, right? It's corrugated, which means it's, you know, and it's plastic anyhow. And that lets them breathe, and that makes them more sturdy, that you can move them around. And then you can put eyelets in the plastic and hang them about too. That's the best I've seen them last in that aspect.
Yeah.
They get too hot is what the problem is.
Yeah.
If you're mounting them straight directly to your roof, they're just going to cook.
Yeah.
So that's why they only last a year or 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you see it?
Do that.
They gotta have air.
Yeah. So corrugated plastic, and then treat them as suitcase ones, flexible. All right. Anywho.
So,
there you go.
Crystal.
There he is. There's Duke.
Duke alert. Duke alert.
He's looking for his toy now.
Woo, woo, woo.
Where are we?
Hey, buddy. What up? Oh my gosh, he's so bright-eyed and ready to go. All right, Crystal, get it.
When he was throwing that green, when he was throwing that, you know what I thought that was at first?
Can we
I
say
thought
it?
it was one of those hemorrhoid donuts that you have to sit on.
And look, Love walks in on
that
that.
underneath my.
Hey, loves you.
I was gonna say, what are you doing? And then I realized it was the dog's toy.
Yeah. He says that now. Okay, here you go.
That's a small hemorrhoid. Wait for the bigger one.
Right.
You put that in the freezer and you freeze it, and then you sit on it, and that's for your hemorrhoids.
That'd be painful.
In a
There you
roundabout
go.
way. Oh yeah.
Hey, loves.
All right. So solar panels were 160 degrees yesterday. Woo, doggy.
Okay,
Yeah. They
George.
get freaking hot. Yeah.
George, you gonna sell me some solar panels?
And I don't have any more. I'm looking to buy 2, if not 3
Oh,
or
I
4.
thought you had a bunch.
No.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna have some shipped, but they wanted twice as much for shipping than they did for the solar panels.
Duh.
Did you try Renogy? I went with all
Yeah.
Renogy panels. They're about $100 for 100 watts.
Well, I was going through Santan, and they're like 30 cents on the dollar. Yeah. Yeah.
I went everything Renogy.
Yeah.
Just
I'm a
because.
Victron guy, sorry. I'm Victron.
Well, what's the difference between Renogy and Victron?
Ones and zeros, I don't know. Yeah.
I think they're both the same price, aren't they?
One you
Well,
got to give your right arm, your
Victron's
left
more
arm,
money.
your bloodline too.
Yeah. I don't know.
So I have 2 AGM batteries. I bought the RV brand new. It's a 2019 Coachman Freelander, Class C. I put 2 125 amp hour AGMs in there. And you know what it came with in the step? A 500 or 550 deep cycle battery in the step. I'm like, really? That's my house battery?
You're lucky you got that.
I still have it in the garage. I got to get rid of it.
Travel trailers come with one deep cycle Harbor or Wally World battery, don't they? Yeah, you got to ask for a second one, and yeah, it's just sad. It's sad. Yeah,
I think it's deep or deep cycle. Also, it's not even AGM.
No.
It's
but my AGMs are 75 pounds a piece. So that's 150 pounds for 2 of those batteries. And it's underneath my J lounge of my RV. And I have a 2,000 watt inverter attached to that with a 200 amp breaker fuse. I did all the work myself.
Preaching
I
to
put
the
a-
choir. I got 500 pounds of AGM batteries in a van.
Yeah,
I know, Van. I know that's crazy.
it's crazy.
Wait till you go to lithium. You're gonna like decrease that by a third.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
probably a quarter, 25% of what I got, and I
I
won't
think
need as much.
Yeah.
Hey, G.
Yeah.
I was wondering whether Tesla had actually thought about using batteries. Hang on, sorry. Yeah, whether Tesla were actually thought about using batteries in the RV, in RV equipment.
He doesn't care.
You don't think so?
No, he's got so many angles and everything that's an aftermarket thing. So his sidekick that was the CEO of some level, I don't know, all CEOs in Lower Reno, he's now created his own company to recycle all the batteries. So they had semi trucks by the hundreds full of all these batteries that were all jacked up, and they've taken them now to Carson City, and there's a company over there that JB Straubel is his name. JB, and so he created this company to tear the batteries apart to get the lithium and all this other part out of there. If there was something that they could do with the batteries before that and recycle them for third entities like you're talking about, that would be the way to go. But they're just shredding them and they're really recycling them. It's really good stuff. But in that aspect, you'd have to go and do what Wade
I know a guy that
did this, and he put one in his van. But again, we talked about that earlier, Sean, is the fine print is the BMS, the battery management system, to balance all those. And a Tesla battery is no joke. It's thousands and thousands of volts and what, 30 some amps.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a dangerous situation. If you know what you're doing, it's the way to go, because I think it's between 33 and 40 volts to run. But yeah, it's insane. It was over my head. I didn't care for it. Van, you got some input on that?
Well, there's people have been.
I was just saying, I know a guy that
for the batteries to be
he
cut out.
left over there at Panasonic and went to work for that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a friend of mine that was over there at Panasonic, and he quit over there to go to work for that guy that you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
I might look into that myself. Yeah.
Backroads, you had something to say?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, they're recycling them.
I said people have been having their Tesla stolen, and they're cutting the battery out of them and selling them for money.
Wow.
Well, considering a battery pack is worth about 30 grand here,
Yes.
I can understand that.
Yes.
Well, here's the funny part that people don't realize: those batteries, if they're taken out of the vehicle, they can shut them off so they can't work because they're all hooked through computer network, and so they're stealing these batteries and then they can't use them.
Yeah. And they're encapsulated in a metal case that's super glued like you wouldn't believe. The adhesive is just off the Richter. And so it's watertight, right? You have to crowbar the heck out of that. So you are a fool to even play with that because they would be hooked to something that you might not know, and they would just, fry you. They wouldn't catch on fire. They would just fry you. Yeah.
That's anybody that steals them. That's what they deserve.
There you go. It's like stealing the copper wire off a power pole. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. High five to that.
Left a question for you about roads in the comments.
Okay.
Why did I do this? Oh,
yeah.
Too bad. You're gone.
Yeah. Poof. All right. So Williams, you got something, Williams?
I left a question for Backroads in the comments.
All right. In the private chat, did he get it? Okay. Can an RV or truck camper run totally on solar power? Well, nothing that we know of can really totally run off of solar power. Okay. You let your little toy or a light at the time, but you still need batteries.
Yeah.
So could take it from there. What else you need to do?
Yeah, you'd have to have a really big battery bank to run everything off of solar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it was a monster solar panel and the motor was in sync with that, meaning it was a 12 volt and 12 volt, it could run that during daylight hours, but you turn the corner and you get a cloud, you're dead in the water or dead on the road. Yeah. So
yeah, you definitely need batteries because that's your source.
Yeah.
That's your backup.
Yeah.
Well, you're collecting the energy from the sun. It has to be stored. It has to go to a storage device.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. Right. That's the only way it works.
Yeah.
You cannot
I said earlier, you don't run off of solar. You
cannot run off solar for anything.
Yeah.
And I think Backroad, you mentioned the backup of wind power when there's no sun. Perfect. You got a secondary backup.
Yep.
And all you got to do for my RV, we talked about this probably a month ago with A to Z Dan.
Yep.
He's got that wind turbine, the small one.
Yep.
I can put on my freaking ladder system on my RV.
Yeah.
There's no sun. It's cloudy. It's raining, but the wind is just whipping. And guess what? I'm collecting freaking power, even though it's raining and it's windy.
So if you can collect the rainwater,
that's what I was going to ask about.
And you eat very little food, you can stay out there forever. Go ahead, Sean.
I was saying that's what I was going to ask about, whether or not you could bring the two together, like wind and solar together. I reckon
absolutely.
that would be the best combination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because this let's see. So
they don't work too well here in northern Nevada because we
have wind all the time.
We have such high amounts of wind, and we're in the desert. So the desert just eats up the bearings.
Oh yeah. Dan will find that out. Yeah.
The bearings.
But at Quartzsite, it's
are
windy
done
all
in
the time.
6 months.
Yeah. Yeah, the dustwood. Yeah.
Northern Nevada wind is a different breed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, G, I go
You
live
don't know what
on
wind is
Salem.
until you move to the Reno area.
All right, hold on there.
I'm in Sacramento, Van. I definitely know. If I go up over 50 or up over 80 near Fallon, you got a wind gust up there. Matter of fact, I was driving like this. My wheel, my RV was like this. Driving through Fallon to get to 80.
Washoe Valley in between Carson City and Reno, Washoe Valley, there's always flipped over big rigs. The wind just blows them over.
I dropped down to
it's crazy wind here. And then you add the desert and the dirt. We just get dust storms that just eats the bearings in no time. So you're better off with solar around here. That's why we don't have any turbines. You go to California, there's turbines everywhere.
Yeah.
But you don't see them in Nevada, and that's why we don't do them over here.
Yeah.
We do lots of solar fields.
Yeah.
I actually drove my RV through Fallon. I was going at 45 miles per hour because of the winds, and I was doing this. When the wind stopped, you got to overcorrect. But once I got near Fallon, it was like almost half, and I'm like, I had to drop down to like 30 miles per hour and cruise because my Class C RV is 28 foot, and I would shoot over to the other freaking lane. So I had to drop down to 25 miles per hour. I seen semis sitting off to the side of the road, and I'm just going, but I'm going at a slower pace. So if something happens, I can stop real quick. But I got through it. It took me like 3 times as long to get through there, but I did it, and I'll probably never do that again because it was 45. 45 miles per hour.
I used to haul triples, triple tractor trailers.
Oh, no thanks.
No thanks. My Class C RV was good enough.
Yep. All right, so we had a question over here.
I was just saying I go live in about 25 minutes.
Okay, that works.
Okay.
So everybody can,
Hold
jump
it.
over.
Does Kenny know about that though?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One of the things.
Hang on, G, if you don't mind.
One of the things we were talking earlier, and I was talking about in my live stream, is for me, instead of buying the lithium car type batteries, the ones that look like car batteries, I want to buy like the Blue Eddy power stations and use those as my battery bank, have them plugged into charge. And that way, if I need to take power with me, I just unplug it and I can take power with me.
Yeah.
And you could also hook it up to a solar array at your house so that you have 12-volt power if you want to store that. And then if you want to travel, you can pull one or two of those out, take them with you, and you have power on the road. To me, it's a much more efficient way because you have an all-in-one unit that has a lithium battery that you can have as a battery or have as a power station.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a question for you, Backroad.
Okay, hold on to that thought. Hold on to that
Okay.
thought. We had another question from this gentleman first.
I just wanted to know if Kenny knew that he only had 194 days to go before he's on a cruise.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew that.
All right. But did you, Kenny? Did you?
Yes.
How many
Kenny, are
days?
you prepared?
No.
Are you packed?
No.
Did you bring the swimsuit, Kenny?
Quit swiping, man. Quit swiping.
Kenny,
Hey,
I
are
know.
you gonna bring
You got your
pineapple?
rating cards, right? So every time a girl walks by you in a bathing suit, you can go 10. 10.
Hey, lady, on a scale of 1 to 10?
No,
Definitely
hardly.
a 10.
What'd you say?
No, hardly.
No,
Oh,
hardly.
but I bet you if Kendra was on that cruise, you'd be like, ooh, Dad.
Are you bringing pineapples? Are you bringing pineapples on the cruise, Kenny?
No, he's looking for them though.
Coconuts. They're
those are
bringing
coconuts.
coconuts.
Kenny, you get so quiet and serious. You're like,
What?
what?
you talking about?
Everybody talking about that
No,
stuff.
Oh, that's
Hey.
because Paul's in the background listening.
He's asleep.
Oh, he's asleep.
Yeah.
He's on
Yeah.
He's dead asleep.
Well, he's sleeping.
Yeah, Camp Goer one. Blue Eddy is one of the best of the portable power stations.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question, Backroads. Is Blue Eddy the biggest Blue Eddy? Is that cheaper than a 100 amp hour Battleborn lithium battery?
No, they're more expensive. They're
Right.
not cheaper, but
Because
you
get the
have
inverter.
right. You get the inverter with it, and you have the capability of charging and powering other things besides just having a battery stuck in
Yeah.
a vehicle collecting power.
So then you get an inverter with every Blue Eddy in terms of just a Battleborn lithium battery, which has no inverter.
Exactly.
It's like a battery and a flashlight.
So those Blue Eddy units you can use for 120 power, for 12 volt power. You can charge computers off them. You know, they have USB-C ports. They have all the different ports, but it's also a battery bank so that you could plug it in and collect solar to keep it charged, just like you would a Battleborn 100 amp hour battery.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the inverter's cheap.
Go ahead, Van.
I was just saying the inverter's cheap. So you were just comparing apples to apples. And, you know, I don't know what the Eddy costs, what the bigger one is versus the cost of the Battleborn battery, but, you know, you can get a controller for $50.
Yeah.
And then it's just a matter of a cigarette lighter adapter and a USB port thing. So I don't know if one would just make one from scratch.
Well, that's
I mean,
the thing. What we're talking
basically,
about
there's
is
not
pick
really.
up and go, Van. What we're talking about is picking it up and
Yeah.
going versus I got this, this, and this, and you're like fiddling all together. Oh yeah, you could get it way cheaper by doing it yourself. But the idea of grabbing a handle
Right.
and headed out, night and day.
Right.
But yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. But I only
With
knew.
that-
Yeah,
you know,
well,
with that,
grabbing a handle is just putting it all in a toolbox or whatever.
well, that too.
So
Yeah.
it's just your imagination.
There you go.
I don't know what they cost, but
I happen to be
it's not-
fond of this brand, you guys.
EcoFlow, yeah, EcoFlow is a good brand too.
Yeah. They are the fastest recharging battery on the market. Yes.
but how
What
long
makes
do
them
they
that so-
last?
Depends on how fast you charge it, just like your car, you know. So if you're it's called a degradation, and the faster you charge it and the amount of cycles is what it's based on. So if you only go down to 20% and you only charge it to 80%, that's not a full cycle. That's a range, and that'll make your batteries last a lot longer. But when this one can do it in half the time of any other battery on the market, it's an option, you know.
Right.
What's its construction? Is it like the standard?
LiPo. Yeah. Is that what you meant? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a newer technology that's just, it's insane. And there's a model that's called the Pro that you can charge it by a EV car charger.
Mm-hmm.
So electric car charger, and it has a regular 30 amp RV plug on it. Okay. Other generators that are gas generators, they have this funky plug that is not your normal regular 30 amp RV plug. Why they do that? It's called construction. So construction guys have the prongs that push and turn in, but RVs don't. They're just a plug. So
Yeah, it's for the proprietary.
Yeah.
It's the proprietary basis for it.
Yeah.
What it is.
So, but
Yeah.
this
Twist
one, the
locks.
Delta Pro,
Yeah.
is it's big, it's heavy, but it's got the charging capability of, and I don't know how many of you might know this. I didn't know how many there were, but there is a lot of EV chargers that are free to charge from. You can buy an adapter that you can plug that in and have a pigtail on there for regular 120 plugs. Yeah. So I would highly recommend that you all go out and get one so you can, if you needed to charge something, there you go.
I have on my RV, I have a 30 amp to 112. Matter of fact, it's in my garage right now.
But I'm talking, Tim,
my batteries.
I'm talking EV charger adapter to 120.
Oh, okay.
And you know what the fine print on the sign is, right? You can only park there if you're charging. Well, what if it takes you all night to charge? Couldn't you park there while you're charging? I don't know.
And then you camp there all night.
Well, you can't use the word camp, right? You're waiting on this thing to charge your vehicle.
You're not.
Gee, did you see what Roy just put up?
What do you got?
He said, "Stay away from EcoFlow. If they run down to zero, they could die."
Yeah, you don't want to run anything down to zero. But yeah.
Well, then you just need a special charger to reboot them.
Why? So chargers and inverters.
I put the even though I have two AGM batteries, I put the
Rob on the road.
I put the Victron Smart BMV adapter on my batteries, so I can if I'm in the RV, I hit the switch and I can say, okay, I can't go below 50%. Or if I pull out my cell phone, I'm like, hey, I'm getting there 50%. Let me freaking charge up. Let me start my generator and charge up my batteries. And that's what I did when George and I were actually camping out in Nevada the one time, and the other times that I've done it.
G'day, Gov.
So Roy and Becky says they just saw 3 YouTubers destroy their batteries or run them to zero. And which models were they? I'd be interested in that.
The EcoFlow River.
Okay. And that's like the little orange box that's a 500 or a 700. Yeah. And that is probably a 2 to 3 year technology. Yeah. The Delta Pro and the Delta Max.
Yeah, but your typical Battleborn will die if you take it all the way down. You need a smart charger, and it reboots that system, and then they come back to life. So they probably don't know what they're talking about. So they very well may throw away a very good system, not knowing that they can reboot it with this special charger.
Yeah, it happened to Chrome.
I have the Smart BMV Victron battery monitor. Those are just for my AGMs, but you can use them for lithium, and you can say, okay, I got lead acid battery, or I have AGM battery, or I got lithium, and it'll send off an alert. Hey, the batteries are getting low. Charge me now.
Well, he says it won't reboot.
Yeah. And that's where I was going earlier in the chat, because we were talking about the alternators when you add a second alternator. But if you're adding a second alternator and you have AGM batteries, it's pretty much useless because an AGM isn't going to take in that current. So you can easily just get away with just a normal alternator that you have on the vehicle. It's only going to absorb maybe 40, 50 amps anyway. And most vehicles have a 90 amp alternator. So, once your motor battery's charged, you're putting out way more than an AGM is going to absorb. So unless you're going lithium, it's really useless to put a second alternator on there, in my opinion. Because the lithiums will pull that current in. That's why they charge so much faster.
So Van, here's your rival right here. He has the same, if not more, than what you have in your. Yeah. So River here, Tommy is in Florida-ish, and he has the 1600 watts on his 1660. Sorry, River. On his van, the deeps. Yeah, he's got it all. Yeah, there he is right there. So somebody drop Tommy's link. That'd be cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because everything you were saying, I'm thinking, is this? Are you got 2 channels? He has 2 channels. Do you have 3 channels? What's going on? I'm so confused. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah. Because you both have all that. Yeah. Oh, see. Now he has 15.
We got all that, all the goods.
Sorry, Backroads. Yeah. See, 15 too. I said only 15.
All that in a bag of chips.
Oh yeah, he's got the popcorn maker and the Fry Daddy and the yeah. Oh yeah, and 3 dogs. Yeah. Time.
Well, I had 2. I had to put them down last year.
Oh man. What do you got, Tim?
All right. I bought a 2019 Coachman Freelander Class C RV. It came with a house battery.
Ouch.
How many batteries actually are on an RV?
Well, depends on how many you got in the back, but there's usually one up front, and what do you have in the back? But there's house, coach, and engine. I don't know why they call them 6 different things, but we have to interrupt this to bring in a puppy alert. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Dookie Duke, look, Duke. There's a little frog.
What is up, Solex? Very nice to see you.
Soli's up.
Wow, Solix.
Hey,
All right.
Solix.
All right. So Tim.
So generally on an RV, how many batteries do you have?
2 plus.
Okay, 2 plus.
Yeah.
What's
you
the
got to have
plus?
the motor starting one and the house battery one, or coach,
Yeah,
or whatever
and
you call it.
then what's a plus?
I mean, you have 2 in the back. You have 2 AGMs. So.
Well, no, I added 2.
Right.
When they come brand new.
You're lucky to get.
It's usually just 1.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 each. Front motor, coach.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, nowadays with all the electronics, they are generally coming with 2 coach batteries.
Okay.
Or house batteries, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I know, right?
But they're usually only like 54 amp hours, so you're only getting,
50. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're only getting 1. They're just showing you 2.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
Well, but
The
probably
hand's
because they
quicker
bought
than
them
the eye.
flat dead, thinking they could use the whole thing. They don't know anything about a battery.
Right. It looks impressive because you have 2 batteries, but people don't understand that you don't have a lot of amp hours of usage.
Yeah.
Right. The hand's quicker than the eye.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. After I got my brand new RV, I got the battery for the engine, which is typical. Then you have the house battery in the step. But then I used my creeper and went underneath my RV, and there was a tray down there with the battery sitting on its side behind the generator. And you know what?
What?
That is a backup battery in case shit hits the fan and you can't start anything.
Wow.
That generator battery works for the generator, but it also works for the engine.
Mhm.
There's an extra a block in the firewall engine bay area that goes to the generator to charge that battery, but it also goes to the house battery. So if shit hits the fan, you got a backup freaking battery to get you going on your freaking engine if your engine battery ever goes dead.
Is that sure it's not just the starter for the generator battery?
Nope.
Okay.
I asked them about that.
Okay.
They said, do you have a separate little block coming off of a power wire from the battery going to a separate block? And does that separate block wire go to your generator, charging that battery? And I said, yes, it does.
Wow.
They're like, that's a backup to the whole freaking system. It will, when you're driving, it charges all 3 batteries, but when you shut the engine off, the generator battery can actually jump back, and if your under hood battery dies, the jump back battery from the generator will jump it.
Kenny, boobs.
Kenny scoring a Tinder date.
So there's 3 batteries. There's actually 3 batteries, brand new, on my RV.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if everybody else has that, because I had never heard of that unless it was just straight backup for that starting your generator. So then you could charge everything else back up. So
yeah.
So that's the way to go. All right.
That's probably just a set of diodes in there, so current can only go one direction.
Yeah.
So
Sean.
that way it doesn't drain that battery. That battery's always sitting there hot.
Buddy.
But if you need the power to start the motor, it's still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Correct.
So pretty
So,
cool.
folks,
But I run this Renogy box that Chrome runs. I love it. It's I think it was about $300 from Renogy, and it's just all in one box, and it does a trickle charge back to the motor from the solar and charges the batteries from the solar. So I'm sure you guys have seen it.
Is it the DC to DC, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's DC to DC, but it does the alternator and then the solar light. And it just, like I say, it'll send a trickle charge back up to the motor once the house batteries are charged. Then, your full capacity. So there's power there. So it sends the power back up to the alternator or back up to the battery to charge the motor battery. So it keeps that charged. But if you start the truck, it also charges the house batteries also off the alternator. So it's great all in one unit, in my opinion.
Hey guys.
With my, I was going to say, with my alternator system, I've seen it's been charging like 14 to 15. 15.4. I don't know what alternator I have in there, but 15.4 is the largest capacity that I've seen come out of that. But that it's charging everything, and I'm like, 15.4 isn't that much? Not when
Is it AGM batteries or lithium?
I got 2 AGM batteries. Whatever battery that's behind the generator, I have. It's got to be. It's on its side, so it has to be AGM, and then
AGM or gel
under the hood.
Yeah, 15 isn't bad for short periods. You don't want 15 all the time.
Yeah,
but
I see.
AGM will take 15 volts.
Yeah, I've seen it go up to 15 and then it drop. And Sean, you're on.
I was just wondering.
I watch my voltmeter just from the solar.
Hold on, Van.
And I see 15 quite frequently.
Van, hold on, man.
I was just wondering if any of you guys have had any experience with the BYD flat batteries.
What are they? The packs? The thin packs?
It's a battery that's manufactured by a company called BYD, and it is not the normal round structure. It's actually flat. You can drill a hole through it.
Oh, really? Wow. I've seen a lot of flat pack batteries coming out. I'm not sure. I didn't do much study on those because I have what I have already. So.
The only flat batteries that I use are for my RC trucks, and those are the older batteries are nickel hydride or something like that.
Yeah.
And my new batteries are all LiPos, but they are flat 2-cell, 3-cell, or I only have 2-cell, 3-cell, but they also sell 4 cells. And those are flat batteries.
Yeah.
Well, they're NiCads.
Yeah. No.
I don't think they're NiCads. I don't know what they're actually made of, but it is actually it's a flat battery with an input output, and it supposedly charges quicker than the Panasonic styles, the 3270s that Tesla are using, or 3250s, whatever it is. And they can actually stack a lot more of them in a space. Supposed to be quite efficient. Just wondering if you guys had any ideas about them.
No, I've never heard of them and haven't seen them. George, I'm going to drop down for a few.
Buddy. Yeah.
There is a company that is working on the flat batteries here, but I can't remember the name of them. I saw a thing about them probably about 4 or 5 months ago. That's supposed to be coming out later this year.
Yeah, the BYD is a company in China that's manufacturing them. Apparently, they also manufacture an EV as well.
All righty. What do you got? Is it an Almond Joy or Snickers? Snickers. Is it frozen?
Backwards messaging for the chat.
No.
Matey.
You don't like them frozen? No.
Hey, wait a minute.
Now talking.
I get stuck between two men now. Better be nice, boys.
Hey, what's wrong with me? I mean, them.
That's 4 men for you, Missy.
Yeah, look, you got it all going on.
It's the Brady
Bunch. What can I say?
Crystal, let's be honest. Don't tell me you don't enjoy it.
Just a little.
I do.
River Sticks, man. Like I said, Kenny's looking for a motorboat. I'm sure he can find a woman that knows how to motorboat.
Kenny, boobs.
No.
I can't do the raise the house roof right now, can I?
No, gee, I tried that beforehand. But then you moved Kenny in the way, and it was just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Travel with my special boat is getting ready to come on.
All right, we going over there? Is that what you're saying?
Are you going over there, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm heading that way.
That's what he said. All right, let's let her warm up, and we'll head over there if you want.
I just want to know what type is the best bed to get for your RV.
The one that doesn't squeak?
Well, why would it squeak? It's gonna squeak because your camper's on jacks, stabilizer jacks.
I see people doing a lot of the foam stuff and then a topper, things like that. But for people our size, I seen them get like 12 inches of freaking foam. I'm going, holy moly!
Sucks.
So I'm wondering if I could take my platform out and put in my platform I have in my bedroom because it's a zero gravity bed.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But then that's more electricity I'd have to use.
But Van, can you show her your bed?
My bed?
I mean, it's kind of personal, but yeah, he's got like his platform. Let me pop this up. Hold on, where'd he go? There it is. So it's a futon-y looking thing, but single. And he can move that all about. Yeah, it's crazy good.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just put one on each side, and then I've got an aisle in the middle with one on each side, and that way you can still get to the bathroom in the back.
Right.
I lift that hatch on the rear end so you can step down into the shower pan. So I just keep a porta potty in the shower pan. So that's under there too. But it's real universal because you can fold it up into a couch, kind of like a futon.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take up an enormous amount of room all the time. You just lay it out so you can sleep and then fold it up into a chair. So I can sit back there and just look forward and watch TV also. So I got my TV mounted up over
You already
top.
have an RV, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I was just thinking if we eventually go to design our own.
Yeah.
Like it's just me getting ideas for now, you know?
Yeah. Okay, but you just want a mattress versus just there, right?
I don't know yet.
Yeah. I don't know. Backroads, what are you thinking?
We use a futon mattress. They're the best.
Yeah,
Best mattress
basically
for
what this
the best
is.
night's sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can always buy those 1-inch
That-
memory foam pads and stick those on top if you want more comfort. Just
Right.
depends if you want a firm mattress or a soft mattress. Everybody's different.
Yeah, they got new ones, a cool gel.
I like a
toppers.
little
Yeah.
toughness.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Destination, are you the one that's looking for a shuttle bus?
No,
No.
Oh, okay.
that is traveling with special abilities, I believe.
That's Lorraine.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the one.
Which is
looking
where
for-
you're going, right? That's where we're going.
Yeah, she's live
Yeah,
right
'cause-
now.
Okay, guys.
Fairy
All right,
Fairy
I'm
Dust
gonna
was telling me that she.
tonight,
Yeah,
To the chat, sir.
Yes. You got more.
How are you
private
with hypothetical stuff?
Put a solar fusion cell. Well, you got to have one first, buddy. We already talked about this.
It's hypothetical, sir.
I know. It'd be cool. All right. So Kenny's dropped us the link. Van, what we're doing is we're calling a raid. We go from one place to another if people want to continue on. I got to call it a night. So
Me too. That's what I was going to say. So
Okay,
I'll
man.
probably catch you guys some other time. I've got a busy week ahead, actually. So I'll probably
Alrighty,
catch
man.
up with you next week or maybe
Did
the
you
end
write
of the
my
week.
number
And what do you do, Van?
I didn't know
Okay.
where you put that.
What's your job, sir?
My job?
Yeah, you.
There we go. I
Gee, is
just
that so we can
screenshot it.
call Whisper Sweet Nothings in your ear?
Bada bing. Alrighty.
I'm
All right,
a
we're gonna.
I'm a union wireman,
Okay.
so I can
That
travel
must be
all over
fun.
the country and work. I build substations or power plants or I wire vans, obviously. So anything from a doghouse to a powerhouse, I've wired it.
Yeah.
Everything in between, data centers, all that stuff out on USA Parkway. I've been involved in all that stuff.
Yeah.
So you never
So-
get bored.
Yeah.
Never get bored. There's always a job in my industry. It's growing every day. Solar, wind turbines, just electricity needs, everything needs electricity. So it's a good industry. I recommend it to younger guys, but nobody wants to work anymore, it seems.
No, they want to live off the government dime.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's
Yeah.
pays way more than it did when I came up in it. I mean, some of these guys that are young, they go out and knock out a couple $100,000 a year with all the overtime. But, you know, I just can't do it anymore. But if you can do 7/12s, there's work around everywhere. So it's just insanity. You can live at work. So there's lots and lots of money in this industry. But nobody wants to work for a living. They all just want to sit at home and play on the computer.
All right. Hey, everybody, I'm going to drop you out. We're all moving over here to this other place, and I'm going to call it good. Sean, thanks for coming in. Van, appreciate you much. Kenny, I'll see you there.
See you
All right,
there.
guys. Nice meeting you all.
All right, take
Bye,
care, man.
guys. Nice meeting y'all.
You too.
Nice to see you.
All right, Sean.
Thanks for having me.
All right, gang. Kenny's
Keep it
gone.
alive, sir.
All
Have a
righty.
good night, guys.
All right. All right. See you over there. And
What's your next plan, G?